All right, thank you everybody for joining us today. Apologies for the slight delay. My name is Theodore Sparopoulos, and I have the pleasure of welcoming everybody to join us at the conclusion of what is the postgraduate design thesis reviews at the Architectural Association. For us, it's a very important 2 days where we share the next generation of work that has been conducted at the lab. Our students in particular this year, I think, have been quite responsive, I think, to the emerging and complex scenarios about how not only we think and practice about architecture, but how we collectively come together as a community to respond, I think, to the challenges of the day. Within the framework of the DRL, in method and in practice, we work in a very self-organized manner. The students are working collaboratively, and in this case we're working remotely from all parts of the world, from China to New Zealand, to Chile and other parts. And in some sense, the network of associations and all of the challenges led to us kind of radically rethinking the ways that we were working collaboratively. In this case, over the 3 studios, one led by Patrick Schumacher and Pierre Andrea, was looking primarily at the issues of cyber-physical interfacing and communication and the impact that that would have for work environments in terms of how we think and sort of practice, develop, and produce. Their work was looking at issues around the subject of virtuality, trying to look at tangible interfaces within the built environment, and really looking at kind of hybrid kind of communication strategies, which will be demonstrated over 4 teams. Sajay and Ariana have been working on issues to deal with participatory strategies for the development of kind of settlements within the urban environment, looking at issues of NFT and social contracts and thinking, I think, very proactively in terms of how we can construct maybe a more collaborative way of thinking about different kind of stakeholders within the planning process, the design process, and the production process. For myself, working with Mustafa and Apo, we've been working with the students on the subject of what I titled Elemental, which is really about trying to look at phenomenon as technology and to look at water, earth, air, and fire as kind of conceptual drivers to intellectually kind of explore mediums as a form of kind of response to kind of sustainable and kind of emerging crisis issues, as a kind of augmented infrastructure, augmented nature. Now, over the 2 days, we've organized the days around 2 sessions per day. We'll be looking at 4 student groups this morning and 2 at the conclusion of the break, which would be followed by Winka Dubeldam's keynote lecture. And we'll continue tomorrow as well with 3 teams in the morning and 3 teams in the afternoon. We are joined by a very diverse and I think quite exceptional jury that are going to be joining us over the 2 days. We've, in the spirit of trying to make things as accessible and shared as possible, launched a mini site that you can find on drl.aaschool.co.uk. Which lists all of our guest critics and all of the thesis projects that we'll be witnessing over the 2 days of this event. With that, I want to thank all of the critics. We are conducting a hybrid event, which are the first kind of events really of this term at the Architectural Association. So with that, I think I will invite the first team to come and to present. I thank the critics in a kind of remote way at the moment, and welcome the conversation from everybody. Thank you. Please.
Okay, hello, good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's our honor to have the kickoff the project presentation for the whole DRL family. And welcome to Seba Arena from Patrick Schumacher's studio. I'm Andong. Please allow me to introduce our team. Yingray, Yang, and Wei. And we will try our best to keep your attention for about 25 minutes. And there are several parts in our presentation. First, we will talk about the background and the incubator introduction. Then we will put forward a proposal with different kinds of events. We believe all of us have been in a tough year during the pandemic period. We should follow the lockdown rules. We should keep the social distance. Sometimes we need to work at home, and this has led to a decline in the number of people going to work offline. In this way, it brings challenge to our traditional mode of working. We will spend most of our time facing those digital devices to meet our teammates online. Somehow, those new ways of encounter bring us to the virtual world. New technologies have been developed in response to demand, and most of have been used widely, especially in the urban incubator. And then the introductions. So here comes our topic about cyber-urban incubator. Our user are the people join the space physically and people working at home or the remote participant. And just like the Google campus, incubator is a place where people can build their team online. So it helps every step for a startup company. When it grows, incubator provide professional service. As a result, we need to integrate virtual and the real, the same idea of framing communicative interactions through architectural spaces. This kind of new cyberspace is like a technology center. We will have a deep space, strong visibility, dynamic interactions through a mobile furniture through a kind of hybrid field conditions.
We present 4 types of user circumstances in the incubator. The first type is physical users. Second, users with AR input device. Third, hybrid users were accepted together in the hybrid world. The last one is pure virtual users who using virtual avatars. Before formally designing the incubator, we researched various interactive techniques in terms of the gradient algorithm. They basically exist in the physical dimensional space. For example, the transformation method between physical and virtual situation increase the flexibility of space, and then users can decide their working space functions, size of the room, privacy status, and office vibe.
The application of AR technology helps users mobilize virtual digital people to their physical space. We make extraction of screen to show different scenarios in Incubator. Meanwhile, users can use devices like cell phone to find a picture or icon to appear around them, so that people passing by can clearly understand their purpose and needs.
And we have those fluidity painting in the physical world. We wonder if we could pixelize them into our virtual world. So somehow the purely virtual design will inherit some physical attributes.
We use pixelation to make users' experience more complete. Thanks to AR technology, objects in virtual can be transferred and interacted in a hyperspace. Users can control them through gestures, showing a part of transformed object separately, or showing a more complete part of virtual object relatively.
Then let's begin with our proposal. Arena means competitions. Workers compete with each other. Companies fight to survive. On the other hand, cyberspace, which has a lot of definition components, means innovation. Together, they become our core values. By collecting those cyberspace components such as color gradient, navigation, boundary, and field, we are able to organize them all by 3 elements. They are physical, virtual, and hybrid. Together, they become our cyberspace. Next step, we need to figure out how to design systematically. In terms of the cyber incubator, we divide it into 2 parts. One is the virtual space, aka metaverse. The other is the physical and hybrid space. After that, we try to generate our first sketch arena with the physical arena surrounded by the morphology arena shape. The rest of the grid become our virtual arena.
We learn from Team Lab on interactive design. However, this installation art has a clear object boundary, which we want to eliminate. So we conduct our research on relationship with virtual particle and boundary. Firstly, we design 6 different density simple mesh as boundary to attach particle aggregation. In a given geometry, we make particles diffuse outwards and apply a bind force to express their interference of boundary, and this is the outcome of 3 simulation. We extract 3 main factors to control the particle movement. When the particle reaches the third state, the bind force will cause obvious path interference to its movement, and finally meets the needs of medial filling. It forms a good sense of layering and then slowly escape. Then we combine all 3 states together in a large scale. In the formula about architecture, the combined simulation will make a moment response to geometry part. And here is combined state of unit and particle diffuse simulation.
In the digital world, our object has corresponding parameters, whether it is color or position. By controlling the parameters of the points, we can master the whole virtual world. We can only transform the extended virtual parts of the building to particles so as to show the difference between the virtual and the physical parts, or we can change all the building into particles. The color of particles can be varied, or they can correspond to the color of the physical world.
And this is our functional architecture unit. As we learn more about the subject, we found that we need to find a new approach to design, just like we have the optimistic and negative space in the past. Now the physical and hybrid space become the solid and void space. And this provides a basis for small-scale design. By using the technology, the void could grow inside of the solid space to become different scenarios to let the physical and virtual interact with each other.
In the cyber-urban incubator, for better organize and organize working effectively, we create a self-contained unit construction system. All kinds of units have different levels of privacy, allow users to decide and customize the space privacy situation. Users can figure out a unit function using numbers or using time. It also could be set up for enclosed mode to enjoy personal area. The shield system could be set visually, transparent or opaque, and also acoustically, mute or unmute. There are 3 types of levels to choose: open, semi-open, closed mode. The shield receives the gainess and performs the willingness of people. Besides, we create some color guiding signifier to show the occupied status. Are they reserved, active, or in service? The use of light chromatic indication creates an illusion of walls or visible boundaries, remind users the working space is available or not. Certainly, there are also other integrated ways for guiding, like the light flow system. Its lightness can show the occupation of every working unit. Dark means private and less occupied space. Bright means public and high occupied area. By combining shield status system, color guiding system, light flow system, later on these units were given specific functions such as individual working pod, co-working pod, VR focus pod, and etc. The incubator also shows custom furniture configuration which are created on different functional requests. Combining this changeable shield and fluid working space with smart furnitures, which helps maximize the use of space. In terms of the architecture semiology guiding, people can figure out the main functions of space. And then we combine the single functional furnitures and receive the kinds of several matrix groups. These groups are distributed everywhere, improved working vibe. Integrating furniture and various working units in the interior space, we can enrich space planning, includes setting public and private spatial area, defining users' circulation, and developing plans for work groups placement.
Next is our virtual space development. So we also need a new principle to design the virtual space, differentiate with the physical world instead of following the linear way to design. It turns out to be, we need to put forward some kind of morphology types.
About virtual space, we got inspired by strange attractors. Attractors are a set of states or points in the dynamic system, and this influenced by each other and generated various geometry. We take use of different parameters and values for creating simulation and found out some behaviors of attractors are organized and have guiding effects. So we precite these attractors as teleportation pod. When the user bump into attractors in the physical office, they can decide to enter the virtual world. At the same time, we try to connect the virtual and the physical part. Take the virtual part as an extension of the physical space. We considered from 3 levels, from small fitting size, medium size, to the large scenario establishment. First stage, we developed from small fitting size. Every virtual part has its own counterpart in the physical working space. They have similar layout or organized scheme, but in different using word. The content inside the transparent case are virtual fittings, and what they connect with are physical fittings. Second stage, different functional fitting combined with each other, they could create the virtual scenario. We can see the difference between the physical and the virtual world. And then we can see the user run into one of attractors in the physical space, put on VR or AR device, attractors will show up, the user will in the virtual world. Next step is system login interface. Simply, users could input their basic information and receive their defined logic interface. And of course, we also add some chatting functions. We arranged the layout of the virtual space and integrated attractors fittings and a medium-sized scenario into the overall virtual world. These functions, areas, and extension are co-working space to provide a community shared working environment. Lecture to present information or introduce particular subject. Mini conference to have meetings about common concerns and the process. Workshop to engage in intensive discussion and activity on a particular subject. Seminar to do some interactive discussions. Exhibition venue to exhibit, display digital art. And the social hub, a communicating center to create, share, and exchange opinions freely.
This is a scenario of meeting room. In the physical world, interaction is achieved mainly through screen walls and holographic projections. AI is a hybrid mode. In pure virtual mode, the capacity of the meeting room can vary as needed.
So here comes our architecture proposal. As we have new design principle of solid and void space, they began to argue with each other in a large urban space. The site is located between Hunter Point and Long Island City in New York. Near the East River, we have our 3 lines, the city line, which represents the mainstream of the people, and the coastline, which represents the landscape involved. The last is the water line. You see one side of our site is near the river. Water flows from the river to our site. The more closer to the side, the clear water and high-rise building you will see. According to the map, we have a lot of high-rise building in the east near the water. The western block, including the site itself, consists of a low-rise building with the physical arena surrounded by the morphology arena shape. The rest of the landscape, as well as the courtyard, become our virtual arena. When the sun goes down, more clear arena you will see. Then we made more iteration model to try to define which is public or privacy. The solid means to protect, the void means inclusive, and have more possibility with the combination of the interaction varies from the single one to the connected 4. Together it becomes the facade of our 4 main part of the building.
We use macro chain to fit paths in order to form our incubator generation logic. The second chain will be interfered by dimensions through its mathematic characteristic. In order to ensure its sharp continuity, each chain combined needs 3 simulations. The animation of the continuity of macro chain form the exterior boundary of our incubator. We use record mesh to arrange mesh construction in the topping shed. The bar structure emphasizes the overall building, and the main On the main facade surface, we use 4 different fabrication methods to separate the composition effects of different curvature. Then we use 3D point to test the transmittance and the occlusion.
And this is our generate process of the building from the ground floor to the courtyard, then the whole arena place.
According to the analysis of the site location, surroundings, and our current building, we decided the entrances of the building, site pathways connect the different areas, and developed the exterior space to create a comprised space around building and the street space. Except for the main building, our exterior landscape also aims to create a hybrid external environment, resulting in a unified sense of place across the whole project. By using a series of seeking courtyard as well as places, we can produce a place ideal for congregation for hybrid working space.
We use the climate data of the site to analyze the sunlight and the wind direction of the building shape so as to obtain a better natural environment of the design. The interior courtyard and the sloping facade provide full daylight to most rooms and in the plaza. We compare wind flow simulation in different models to find out which form is more favorable for natural ventilation. The elevated and the open parts of the building's facade allow the wind to pass through the inner courtyard.
As for the physical world structures, we develop some parts in order to have this mushroom column to fit the complex curvatures. We have module mushroom column varies from different angles.
We try to build a support vertical structure of interior space as well. These structures could combine with other structure.
The main structure form of the facade of the tallest building is the arch, and the floor is supported by tripods. They form an integration. After the structure design is completed, we develop a detailed layout design of the interior space. Workshops are arranged around meeting space, and our units are arranged in the atrium. These are renderings of physical interior spaces. We designed some important parts in detail in order to make the interior spaces fluid and interesting. This video indicates 3 scenes inside the building, showing the process from physical to virtual. You can see the screens in physical part, and then the AR hybrid scene, in which you can find a new layer added to the virtual space. The superimposed design of virtual space makes full use of the rich space, such as story height and atrium in the physical world, to realize the organic integration of virtual and physical space. Attributes of objects and characters can be displayed in the field of view. Finally, we get into the pure virtual enlarged meeting room. The particle scenario can be used here. We can see the particles transform into another enclosing space by changing their coordinates. There is a virtual canopy above the courtyard, and this is one of the forms. It basically matches the outline of the building and gets the reasonable shape through mechanical simulation in software. We carry on parametric separation on it so that it can produce a variety of texture changes.
Last, we have our hybrid event, and the transparency make the model possible to interact with the environment, such as the light or the screen. So we use different color from the screen. The transparency make the color gradient of the model much more clear. And this is an animation in the Unreal to show how the facade change. Here are the AR design prototype with the physical one. Together it become our hybrid prototype design because we need to make a co-design for both of them. By combining with the particle swarm prototype of the digital event and the transparency model from the physical event, we try to generate this kind of new hybrid prototype model of the hybrid event.
Particle scenario can also be used in virtual spaces of the courtyard, where they can transform into different spatial forms by changing coordinates.
And this part, the digital prototype, is a large swarm of flow particle simulation along with the magnetic field, which represent the spatial occupancy. From the gap to the cyber courtyard, we have the flow particle. This could be treated as the wind or the mainstream through the building, as we have the transparency material, so our model change its color gradually. In order to hold a really big hybrid event, we start to use this physical swarm of drones to become our virtual canopy. And this is one condition of the virtual drone shown in the cyber center. Next step, we try to make some new approaches. This whole large swarm of drones start to make some morphology changes, swing on the stage. So Cyber Arena big event. From the raining to the foggy to the sunny, from the summer to the winter, as the time flies, it's whole year daytime event happening through the building. By using the projection AR and VR glasses, we are able to let the event join the city by the virtual arena on the landscape. And this is the courtyard view from the coastline to the building. Oh, lucky, there's a product launch lecture in the host. So people physically in the arena are gathering here. It is an event that they built a new product on the market. Under the pandemic, under the pandemic circumstance, we try to bring people together again, both virtually and physically. And along with the particle path by the river, you pass the corner, that's us, Cyber Arena. Together with the other 3 projects, we become the Cyber Block, and we are just your first station of your cyber tour today. So, okay, that's it. We would like to thank our DRL family, our tutors, professors, our Phase 1 helpers for all their incredible support. With that, we would like to thank you for your attentions and welcome to your comments. Thank you. Thank you.
So if I can start maybe, thank you very much for the presentation. I think it was really nice to see the work that you've done in the past 16 months. I think that there are some very interesting and impressive parts of the work. I think the final outcome is, as a form, is quite well designed. One thing that I would say, however, is that in terms of the explanation of the project, there are some bits that could have been maybe restructured and presented a bit differently. And more specifically, I'm talking about the analytical part of your work, basically, where, in my opinion, you're missing quite a large part of it. And what do I mean by that? So you explain quite a few things with the project, but one thing that I'm still left missing is how do the activities relating to augmented reality and the virtual reality and the physical activities that you have in the building relate to the form of the building. So how do you actually go from a very specific type of thing that's happening inside the building to these forms that actually envelop these activities? And in my opinion, you touched upon it quite a few times in the presentation, but you didn't really go in depth into it. And what do I mean by that is, firstly, you showed how the solar analysis and the wind analysis might contribute to form finding, but you only showed 2 slides of that, and you didn't really progress this much more and convert it into some type of a mini research. Because, for example, augmented reality mostly requires very specific and particular lighting conditions. It is very often the case that when you actually try to use augmented reality to build something in broad daylight, you can't really see that much. So this could be immediately something that you can actually start to relate. Where is augmented reality happening? Could be in the more shaded spaces in your building. And also this could connect with how the sun moves across, etc., etc. So I think There are quite a lot of parts to your project. You've done a lot of work. There are very interesting aspects to it. But this relationality between form and activity, I think, is not very explicit yet. Or it is there, but it hasn't been described that much. Then the other thing, again, is the same thing with the wind. You say you use the wind to ventilate the spaces and all of that. But still, there's a big question of where do you actually need ventilation there and why? And how does the shape start to actually enhance this ventilation and, play with the local wind conditions and all of that. So I think these physical site-related aspects we have gone much earlier in the project and the explanation to explain how the form is derived. And then one other last thing is, in terms of the augmented reality stuff again, my understanding is that you want to allow for this fluid circulation through the space for people that are actually using augmented reality. So, which is fine, but then one question is, why do you need to move fluidly through the space if you're using augmented reality? So again, that feeds into some research that you should have done about it. And then the other big question and the mini research that you could have done there as well is how do you actually, what does fluid circulation mean? And how is that organized and articulated spatially? So I think, this is another part that, you could have fleshed out a bit more and described in the presentation. But other than that, I think, again, you've done a lot of work and you have very interesting aspects to the project, so congratulations.
If I may, I will echo some of Kostas' comments and go a little bit further. So yes, once thank you for the presentation. It's a lot of very interesting questions raised in terms of and nice parallels, like the thinking of space when you think about putting together the virtual and the physical, going from positive negative space to solid and void space, and thinking about transparency and lighting. A key question that I have is when you think about the form and the materials used, the textures, the smoothness, the roughness, how is that informed by the technologies that you used, and how even functionally, the surfaces that you used, where when we talk about a lot of technology that relies on projections onto surfaces, or as we said, augmented reality, how do the forms that you choose and the materials that you choose enable these technologies to work at their best and to be embedded in the physical space in terms of surface form? I see a lot of curvature, yet we know that a lot of projection is assisted by flat surfaces and instances, or what materials should be there. You also looked a little bit at transparency and how you go from solid to open and void space, and that was looked at in terms of perforations and some of the experiments. Could there be more to be thought out there in terms of what other materials to be used, what other forms of the materials, glass, what transparent materials, plastics, what materials are there that could make it available, and what systems of these materials and moving parts could allow that as well, a little bit further. Also a big missing piece to me was, how do we interface? You mentioned there's how do the inhabitants interface with the with all these technologies? There was a mention of AR, VR glasses for some sections, but I guess in existing in that space fluidly, you want to be in an interface with the technology which is as seamless as possible. And making this seamless, what would that mean for how do the inhabitants actually interact? What is the physicality and the experience in form and texture and how they organize in the space to basically go between the physical and the virtual, to have those portals? What are those portals, and how can we make those portlets be very seamless, so you actually don't need additional hardware at different instances, and you can minimize the need for hardware from going between the one and the other. Finally, I was wondering a little bit about the narrative. You had a great opening about how this space is both about collaboration and competition, and you know, driving work, driving, I guess, economic activity. The question there is, how does with the architecture of the space, how do we rethink the architecture of how we organize for work? Who inhabits this? Is it companies? Is it communities? What is the architecture of the community? And could that be considered in accordance to the architecture of the space? And what is their narratives in terms of how does it relate to how they commute into the space and out of the space? And how does it relate to when they have to exist and work from within the space, but to those who are also coming into the space to a virtual portal and are not there physically? And how does the physical space of the arena relate to the physical spaces of anyone who connects to it remotely? Those are some questions, but wonderful work and some really interesting ideas there. Thank you for the presentation.
May I go next?
Yeah, maybe I can jump in. So yeah, thanks a lot for this presentation. I think it's a very interesting project. I really agree with some previous comment about the fact that the final shape of the project, the formal investigation, is rather interesting. I mean, the final proposal at some point is quite okay, it's quite engaging. I would say that probably, let's say, I believe you were a bit too shy, because at some point you considered the current situation associated with COVID-19 and the new way we can, the way we can work today in our society. But my feeling is that you didn't probably pay enough attention to all the technological change that are really changing the way we work. I mean, at some point, it seems to be like a projection in the next 2 or 3 years. So I see this project almost as a kind of short-term projection. I don't really see it as something truly ambitious. I really believe that you could have considered, for example, the impact of tools based on artificial intelligence, for example, which is really not only, I believe, changing the way we work today, for example, how much time we spend on a computer, etc., but which has more profound consequences, because we can perfectly envision that maybe this kind of arena that you are proposing won't even be necessary, because they will exist completely online. They will be completely virtualized. So I wonder what is the necessity of a physical arena if we consider the radicality of the technological change, which, for example, allows us to be online in different countries. We are at the very moment, in fact, we are in a digital arena at some point, which goes through Zoom. But we don't need a building for that. We don't need a specific building. So I think it would have been great to consider this option, to consider the possibility of a complete disappearance of any kind of physical arena in favor of something that could be completely digitized, and then probably some of the typological option you choose would have been different. So yeah, that's. I think the project is fine. It's well designed, but maybe it's lacking a bit of radicality.
Could I come in and Philippe? Hi, Philippe.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I just want to say, first of all, very compelling presentation by the students and the group. I like your comment, what you're sort of alluding to, this notion between the virtual and the physicality and the value of that kind of research that's being developed currently, I guess, globally. But if you think, for example, why we would have a virtual space and this relationship to a kind of a physicality, I think we're looking at a kind of a new mobility of things where the world is shifting and mediating between the virtual and the physical. And the virtual actually becomes a testing ground for a lot of these things that architects are trying to compellingly reevaluate and make a contribution as a testing ground. And I think if you look at the world currently, where materiality is kind of a mediated space for this virtuality, I really like the way the students looked at the project as a symmetrical form, which kind of gives you the possibility of a memory, which you can retract back. It's almost like a cellular composition where you think between single cell, multi-cell environments, where a single cell, as it gains more memory, becomes asymmetrical. So this asymmetrical space gives you this possibility of a gradient space of evolution. And the response to that, of course, is both physical in a kind of a metaverse sense, if I could say that, but also in a terms of a kind of a physical testing ground for materials, movement, experience. So if you currently look at the world, the way it's emerged, I mean, if you look at worlds like Decentraland, for example, or Super World, which kind of embedded new futures about how we inhabit the world, I think what now is at stake is to think about testing materials, testing movement, virtuality, and opening the possibility of this new emerging world to experience a completely different, compelling evolution of how we inhabit the space. If you think about, how the world is now, even the UK government is looking at committed to carbon pricing as a tool to decarbonize the world. And, the cost of $25 per ton, it kind of brings it back into the kind of testing around the virtual space where you are looking at, as the students were saying, we can change, we can shift, we can move, we can relate to the existing environmental impacts on architectural space, but also enable that to feed back as a kind of a feedback loop into the reality of how architects produce the physical. So I think there's a kind of a new mobility between that virtual metaverse and the physical that enables you to have a kind of a toolkit. And this toolkit, as we see the furniture, the materiality, the spatial configuration, there is a kind of a spatial device where you decide, where you customize the environment. And what I really liked here is the ability that there's a kind of a global perception that we can shift and move and customize our experience, which is a very important part of the architecture in a much more immediate way in a kind of a 24/7 world. And the idea that we now possess this possibility of testing, the idea of engaging in a kind of a world which can give us this option, I think is a very critical one. And I must really, applaud that kind of work, which is now testing this spatial repositioning of the way we inhabit this new metaverse, if we can call that. And if we can think about the visitation potential and the experiential potential of this. I mean, Patrick's here, he's just joined us. And Patrick, I know that the work with Zaha I did recently with the Kenny Schachter exhibition in Miami was a very compelling one for me because it starts to produce a kind of a virtuality that's based on a physicality. And I can see that the student work here in the studio is also starting to test these different possibilities. And we're sort of far off from that. But I think I have to really applaud the students because this work is becoming very valuable in a very similar way, the way physicality is, how it has been, to try to open up this discussion. I think this is a discussion which is going to be ongoing as to how, I guess, this new experience becomes part of an embedded way of the way we create and way we produce architecture. Thank you.
Could I just maybe jump in quickly to, I mean, first to agree with some of the comments totally. I think the formalism, I think just talking about the physical container, I think I see it as well, you know, is quite sort of too formally radical in a way and not responsive enough to the agenda that tries to really make that hybrid condition between physical and virtual. And this is where I maybe want to counter some of the comments from Philippe, and I agree with a lot of the comments from Tom. I think it would be too easy to eliminate the hybrid condition of virtual and physical. So if you just assume that you don't need an arena because you can do all digital, I think then we are missing out on the experience of how we could really transform and really move away from physical constraints to really expand that interaction of physicality versus virtual. So, and I think that the students do touch on it, and I think that's one of the most interesting aspects to me, because I think when they start creating that condition when you enter the virtual, and then you can see how you enter into a similar space, but then as I mentioned, when more people could start joining, that starts growing, transforming, and even at some point just losing all the sort of physical constraints. I think that becomes a new way of why we would want to still visit physical worlds, experience how we move in them, but also in those worlds also interact in that metaverse condition. I think that opens up sort of and that's where I agree with Philip as well. It's maybe looking at it just in the near, even current conditions, or in the next 2-3 years. I think that's where I totally agree. It could go beyond because technology is moving fast, you know, and I think that's where the realm of spatial quality and experience will be driving all of us, right? We're working now in a hybrid Zoom meeting already. So I think how we could expand on this. And then, of course, the physical conditions, I think they still need to be obviously very exciting because we still want people to live in the physical world. So I don't think it's overly ambitious to be so organic and so design driven. I think that's quite a complement to the effort and the work. We can talk a lot about the physicality and stuff, but I think for me, the most interesting part is how we really make this condition of hybrid worlds to be exciting for both to keep living, experiencing, and therefore for us to be designing them into that journey of experience. Yeah.
Well, just very briefly to answer. Oh, sorry. Let somebody else speak. I have to sort out some accuracy stuff here. Okay, no, just very briefly. So obviously the brief sets up the hybrid condition as a primary issue. And I believe the future is that we're not sitting all at home and with our headsets isolated and join these social gatherings, but that we will be both within groups and then have virtual expansions windows across space, you know, particularly in the professional world. I believe that the way you could link up different offices, work up with clients, but also at the same time, remote working, integrating with on-site presencing. And that's a condition which is already absolutely prevalent. So it's also more interesting for us to speculate about it because as architects, the impact on the physical world and the way the physical world dematerializes partially and becomes interface of communication amongst co-present, but also amongst those which are have forms of telepresence. I think it's a realistic thesis. It's a good heuristics for architects to work on rather than, you know, separating these realms. And it is already, I think, a fact in many firms. And also, we got our own clients interested in these conditions. So I think that's why this is set like this. Of course, there's at the same time is the pure virtual metaverse as an agenda, which is happening at the same time. And I think but integrating with these partially was very interesting. And every company, every firm, every institution will have virtual environments, and a lot of them, most of them, have and will continue to have physical premises. And I think they need to be designed together, and the integration of those premises would have to be, somebody will have to think that through, and that will be an agenda, but just, let's say, nearly unavoidable. So I think that's what we took on in that semester.
Patrick, hi, Tom. I really like what you're saying about this combination of the physical and the virtual. I really like the way the students place the project in Manhattan, because that kind of gives you a memory, it gives you a kind of a place, identity. And I think globally, when you speak about the future and the mediation between the physical and the virtual, I really love the idea that the customization potential, which we can kind of call the mobility of testing, and the notion that we as architects can start to rethink the design role and how we think about these experiential worlds. I think the ability of, which is already being witnessed right now with so many global startups which are happening in this space, I can't help but think about, the architect's role in this space, the possibility of claiming that space as a new possibility for a new testing composition, as you mentioned, companies. And I think what we're witnessing today is that most companies today are trying to understand what this means. So, and how this behavior is trying to change the way we as consumers become part of this new relevance. So the notion of physicality and virtuality and the idea of simulation is a very relevant one. I mean, sort of imagining the image behind you here, which to me kind of gives you this possibility to immediately change and shift and place yourself in a particular environment, becomes a very valuable new composition of a kind of world. And I know that if you think about the current CES, which is happening in the States, the big question there is, of course, is companies are grappling with this very question: what does this new virtuality actually mean? How do we participate in this world? And how do we kind of create new value and new understanding of this space? So I think what the students are doing here is quite fantastic, because if you think of this as a possible in-game environment, if we can even want to call it that, it means that we can actually create and redesign or reshape our experiences to suit our particular needs, but also kind of a larger global needs, but also the ability to shape the world in a kind of a new condition. And, I mentioned before the global change, which is like, if you think about the carbon offsets, which kind of looks at sustainability and materiality. We haven't even touched on the NFTs yet, but I can imagine a world where OpenSea becomes a new platform for this kind of experience, where you start to trade with materiality, with design and options, where people customize these spatial environments with these new models, which kind of, I guess, are looking for new types of behavior. And I really endorse that thing where the students are looking at these options of how this behavior can be augmented to produce a very personal, but also kind of a global experience, which, as you mentioned before, can actually become a way of distributing this new spatiality, this new design as an expression of either individual, but also kind of a larger organizational system. So I think that's the kind of, for me, as an experiment, we're kind of in a starting point. And I sort of can't help to think that when I've been looking at your studio and this work for over the last couple of years, that, Facebook has joined the fray, now being rebranded as Meta. So I think the work we're seeing here is a kind of a new composition, new possibility of reimagining what that meta might be, what this new behavior might be. So I think this is not a fixed position. This is a very kind of a mobile position where, we as humans don't move, but the spaces around us move and actually give us the possibilities for this new movement and mobility to emerge. Thank you.
If I can respond to that very briefly, as I think what is also really interesting here that we have the opportunity to experiment with is, what is the definition of space? What it would be the physical definition of a space, given if we really push it for that its primary function to make the best interface into a virtual world, and that it is something that can exist in our physical context, but it has to primarily work as an interface, and how do we design it to be one in which our physical embodied self can exist in it in a productive way. I think that could open up a lot of fundamentals of what a space needs to be physically, if it is to be an interface.
If I may add a comment, and specifically with a view to the physical interface. And I mean, first of all, congratulations. There's a lot of thought going into that work, and it's a very, very broad topic. I think what I'm probably personally most interested in that debate is the hybrid state, and I think there was a lot of focus on the transition between the physical world and the virtual world. But I think where I'm slightly struggling is what the architecture delivers in this context as an agent for the hybrid state, which I believe is the biggest challenge we are facing. I think even in this conversation, what kind of I think some comments mentioned that what kind of requirements would a convincing hybrid state have with regards to the architecture. And again, I mean, I appreciate that it's a very broad field and that an enormous amount of work went in there. But I think for further investigation of the subject, particularly the added constraints we would see to architecture, because I believe like there's I think a big belief that would kind of liberate us from a lot of the physical constraints we see in design and construction. I think particularly when it comes to the physical manifestation of the real world side of such a hybrid brief, I think what we will probably see at the outset are probably added constraints. And I think that's probably something where a lot of the designs will be facing quite hard technical challenges that I would personally be very curious to see how we can make them part of our build program to enable better togetherness in this hybrid space. Because yes, there is the moment of transition, which is very important from an individual perspective. But I think what a hybrid building has as its biggest challenge is to enable the togetherness of both virtual and physical participants. And funny enough, I'm pretty convinced that this is probably adding to the physical constraints of the building rather than relieving them of it. And I think we're at the very beginning of this journey. I think we will also see very different takes on this, even in today's presentations. But I think the really hard part to crack here is the physical side of things. At least for now, if we are still living in a very physical world in the way we communicate.
Shortly, I want to also say something, and then maybe we can continue. First of all, I would like to really congratulate the team and this amazing work. I find it really important and quite specifically important for the starting of these, I think, new meta world experiments. I find it also, actually, besides being the cyber arena, I think it's very important testing arena for all these technological developments. That's why it has very important role, I believe, for the future also studies and research. But on one side, yes, the hybrid space and relation between physical and the virtual space, this is, of course, like the biggest dilemma. But at the same time, we need to really question, do we really need in this world the physical space the way we are imagining today? And the way also how Tom was mentioning, for this type of research, I find very important the customization and also the way what kind of behaviors it will really emerge from the users, because they will be really the most important part of this world. In a way, they will shape it, or maybe we will allow them really customize it in a real sense. And in that part, I really find it very difficult, at least for now, really find direct relation with the physical world with today's terminology. So these are the points I would like to shortly mention, and I would like to also congratulate again the whole team. Thank you.
The one thing that I just wanted to kind of pick up on what we mean by hybrids, also to some degree to understand that the last 50 years kind of witnessed a communication revolution. And I think that in some sense was argued by the dematerialization of, let's say, what one could consider interfacing or architecture of a station. I think the paradoxical nature of the brief, some of the things that we are witnessing today is, I think, also argumentation for the need of physical space to not only participate, but to radically shift the whole notion of interfacing into a domain that I think is much more shared intellect. I think the challenge is to kind of understand that architecture in this is paradoxical and has lots of friction. Because I think the model is somehow always brought back to this kind of immediacy of Zoom. And this kind of world we've known for over 20 years with telematics and all of these other kinds of I think the issues that the students potentially need to kind of take on board more is what the nature of work in this particular project means. How that would somehow offer a much more augmented way of thinking about how we make kind of knowledge, communication meaningful within the domain of those environments. Because in some sense, it doesn't escape the kind of everyday kind of issues that we deal with in terms of how we think about production, how we think about the physical. It's more about how we interface with that information and how we manifest that in a way which I think makes an argument for architecture's participation. And that's where I think the divide between physical and virtual is something that in some ways we have to push through and somehow speak to actually something that I would say is antithetical to, let's say, the metaverse is being discussed today, which in some sense is building on the hypersurface, the virtuality, and all of these other discussions that have been around, I think, within digital architectural conversations for some time. So I think as we see the discussion kind of expand over the different projects and the different briefs, I think it's interesting, I think, for us as a community to kind of see how the physical actually can be argued to be not only a participant, but actually really start to shape the kind of virtual domain rather than the inverse. Because I think the inverse has naturally slipped into our conversation and discourse, where we accept that buildings may not be necessary, work can be somehow at home, but I think the expanded conversation of everything that we've witnessed the last 2 years beyond our communication has sort of said that there is a need for more shared and equitable ways of interfacing and dealing with a kind of collective project. So I open this up as we continue the conversations with the different projects, because I think it is a very important brief to think about what the nature of work is, but I also think that it isn't about a answer, but really trying to argue how we can ask more informed questions about some of these challenges. Because I feel that's where we can critically kind of engage the metaverse, the ideas of new social contracts, NFTs, all of this world, with the challenges that we know, both environmental and socially. So I put that out there just as a kind of closing conversation, because I think a lot of the projects and the students in particular have lived this experience in a very, very direct way. Particularly this generation of DRL has operated this way internationally, and these projects, I think, are demonstrations in some sense of the brief as we're speaking. But I think it's very important, as this is the first iteration of this agenda, that we start to ask the kinds of questions that will allow this to kind of evolve over the 3 to 4 years that we would be working on these kind of subjects. So I support a lot of the discussion, and I think that it's going to only kind of naturally evolve into some of these thematics, which we like to really kind of open up and expand with you. So thank you very much for this presentation, and I think as we continue, we'll try to find a way to get the hybridity between the physical lecture hall and our Zoom audience together, so that we can demonstrate in method and practice the nature of a so-called live broadcast event. Anyway, thank you guys so much for that. Thank you for the team, And because of time, if it's okay, we'll move on to the next project. Thanks very much.
Hello everyone, we are Air Team from CS Studio and our project is Floating Farm. And there is our teammate, Yu Xiaoren, Mi Gaojia, and Lin Yu Hu and Suyuan Wang. Agriculture is essential for human survival, but it's extremely striking that despite notable technological advancement, food disparities and regional hungers are still widely relevant. The current agriculture system is not resourceful enough to resolve the growing concerns of population growth and urbanization. According to the Food Authority, the proportion of vegetable import in the United Kingdom had exceeded 50% in 2017, and numbers will only keep rising. Furthermore, it estimated that the nation will face serious farmland crisis by 2030, owing to the shortage of the agricultural land, especially in the cities. Evidently, the overdependence of land-based cultivation has caused agriculture to great influence by enormous nature and artificial factors. Although alternative methods like vertical farming have been tried out, they also do not address the fundamental problem of land shortage. There is a need of shift in perspective. We suggest that we turn out gaze to the sky where there is unlimited, underexploited potential. Technology can make it possible to cultivate crop in the sky. As an environment, air contains tremendous energy. It is common in nature and can be used as energy or resource and as a basic of plant and animal growth. While ancient people used wind power to sail, the buoyant airborne turbine technology or the present day offers a highly efficient and flexible technology to harness and utilize wind energy. Likewise, aeroponic make it possible to grow plant or rather vegetables without soil within their root and suspended in air and particularly irradiated with a nutrient-dense mist. Based on the above problems, we need to design a farm system that produces energy by itself and does not occupy too much ground resources. It distributes food optimally through intelligent algorithm control so as to feed London. The system starts when charging agents scattered in the air in the city harvest wind energy in high altitude and generate electricity to power the planting agent, flying and growing behavior. Then planting agent will get information from database about the kind of the quantities of vegetables user want. After the vegetable grows inside planting agent maturing, the agent will land into square, park, or roof garden as temporary market for harvesting, and users can use AR device to get directions about this temporary market or vegetable information. We will introduce how our system running step by step from planting to charging and to transporting in the air. From the perspective of planting, London is extremely dependent on imported vegetables, which needs 42% of land in London to plant enough vegetables to feed citizens in traditional way. But using floating farm system, we can get rid of dependence of soil with 500,000 of our agents floating in the air. Our solution of planting in the air is by using technology called aeroponic, which is a method of growing plants without soil. Instead, plant root will suspended in the air and irrigate with a nutrient-dense mist. Compared to traditional agriculture, aeroponic causes less harm and has no pollution or pest trait, and is more efficiency in space usage and has higher yield. According to the principles of aeroponic, we use a humidifier to vaporize the nutrient solution into in the steam to supply it to the root of each bean spread out. The model has rotated 60 degrees The model has rotated 60 degrees each day, so that it's spread out was equally affected by light and gravity. The success of the plant model shows plant can grow normally under aeroponic environment.
Okay, sunlight is also a necessary resource for plant growth, so we simulate the air environment and the floating particles can better adjust their positions to avoid blocking each other. Besides, compared to the ground, the air has more water vapor for plant growth, and a floating foam can also be benefit to cities' air circulation. Here, we did some growth simulation in Unity. The color represents maturity of plants. We organize the growth cycles of multiple plant types and integrate them into 3 time periods. Next. The color will change according to maturity. Next. Then we simulate the ripening process of plants with different growth cycles and let all these plants to coexist harmoniously on the farm with flexible proportions of different vegetables according to the citizens' need. Next. This scene shows the ripening process of different vegetables. And this is a view of floating foam from citizens' view. The next part is about a planting agent charging from the charging agents. Next. According to the flight performance of existing drones, we cite the ground connection points of charging agents as an urban grid, and the distance between each single unit and the nearest charging point is no more than 1.5 kilometers. The charging agent is limited to the telescope range of the wire, and at the same time, the height range is limited so that the charging wires do not affect each other and prevent the interference of the charging agent to the urban building. Current wind power generation relies on rigid support structures and is limited to the height up to 200 meters. Winds at higher altitudes are noticeably stronger and more persistent. Buoyant airborne turbine technology has the solution for us. It is a flexible device that is filled with helium gas and generates electricity from propellers and carries it through wires. By combining these basic wind fields, the wind environment in real life can be simulated. We get wind data from real-time weather websites and take simulations. The color of the particles represents the speed of the wind. Firstly, we can get information from the wind. Through the observation of the wind environment at the same time and place, we know that with the change of height, the wind speed, wind direction, and period in the environment will also change correspondingly. A mathematical method of studying the wind environment is to use the Navier-Stokes equation that describes the movement of fluid. We can qualitatively extract variables that affect the wind from the formula to provide a basis for subsequent research. We first try to simulate the wind field in our system, and the most basic wind field has the following 6 forms. Here we post the different wind fields, hoping to observe the deformation of the system in different positions simultaneously in the same scene. Charging agents will use simulated wind field to reach the areas with the highest wind speeds to capture wind energy more efficiently. The principle of charging behavior is based on the DRL algorithm. Each power supply device provides a charging point on the wire, and the planting agent in connect with it also becomes the charging point. Each charging point has a fixed number of switches to provide a connection basics for other uncharged planting agents. The actual form of the unit is truncated octahedron, and their connection is based on a certain rule. The complexity of the rule corresponds to different clustered shapes. We prototype two physical models, the first imitating the connection state of non-deformation unit, and the second imitating the deformable connection state based on the geometry. Next. In fact, the charging process is a dynamic behavior. The new plants agent is more likely to be connected to the outside of the group. Planting agents that have been charged internally will affect the expansion of surroundings agents and provide them with a way out. The shade of color indicates the power of the planting agent itself, and the planting agent will fly out of the group when full charged. We adjust the parameters to simulate different discrete states of dynamically charging clusters. The dynamic and static shapes of particles between two charging devices are simulated here, and the actual charging state is a combine of these two. And this is a charging scenario. The dynamic and static shapes of particles between two charging devices are simulated here.
Then we turn to distributing and transporting system. For the setting of ground receiving points, firstly, we obtain the market and the green spaces location data from the city, and then introduce the real-time crowd location and superimpose the calculation. This is our simulation of people flow activities in the city. Combined with the original market's position, it helps us to determine the green space location that needs to be covered into temporary markets in each time period. This is a single relationship simulation between the planting agent and the ground receiving point, in which the particles are divided into two states: transport of mature vegetables and free flight. Combining charging rules and transport rules, the particle system obtain a comprehensive morphology. A variety of transportation forms can be obtained by adjusting the parameters. Units can identify user locations in buildings or avoid urban obstacles. And the users can also interact with the system remotely through the device, such as calling the unit to collect food. And planting agents fly to urban green spaces and form a temporary market after unfolding. This is from citizens' view of picking scenario. And this is a scenario where the system operates comprehensively in a city after synchronizing the above operation rules. The main targets of our planting agents are planting vegetables, flying to distribute vegetables, and unfolding for the convenience of picking vegetables. Firstly, we need a basic geometry, so we listed the geometries which can be densely distributed in space for the possibility of spatial connection and nutrient solution transfer efficiency. Then we consider 4 different planting patterns to compare the comprehensive planting efficiency of these basic geometries, and finally choose the truncated adhesion as our basic geometry. As a planting agent can also be seen as a packing system, it should be quite convenient and efficient for people to pick the vegetables inside, so we decide to use the unfolding strategy. For safety reasons, we decided to use the air inflation as a power for unfolding. So we tested lots of silicon cushions in different patterns and thicknesses. And we developed several nodes based on inflation, which are useful for connection, ventilation, and folding behaviors. Here shows our physical model developing process. It is a basic geometry at first, and then we add planting racks and the nutrient solution chambers for growing. Then pop-up interfaces are added to build connections between adjacent agents, adding joint cushions for unfolding after that, and finally use buoyancy cushions and a propeller to keep it flying. The 3 inflation nodes we built before are used here for ventilation inside agents, connection between agents, and unfolding of agents. The process of unfolding should be controlled by the inflation nodes in the blue color and connected by the tubes. Even though our physical model is a little bit too heavy to make it worse.
Agents unfolding allow people to enter and picking vegetables. Furthermore, we considered how to grow different types of vegetables based on their edible parts and growing characteristics, and summarized into 4 growth patterns, which are edible parts. We consider how to grow different types of vegetables based on their edible parts and growing characteristics, and summarized into 4 growing patterns, which are edible parts on ground plants, edible parts underground plants, shrub plants, and climbing plants. For easier harvesting and more sunlight for plants, we designed corresponding internal planting patterns, including tube pattern, plait pattern, parallel pattern, and line pattern. Then we observed the growing of these 4 kinds of plants in their corresponding racks and rotate them every day. From this test, we obtained the morphology of the plant in the agent. Next page. By summarizing plant patterns and plant forms, we get the agency's internal planting morphology. And then in the flying part, we're considering the biologist machines exhibited at Tight Modern and the flying machines designed by ETH. We decided to use a hybrid power system with hot air balloon and propellers in our agent. In the passive flying part, we considered heating of sunlight and different materials. And in the active controlled flight part, we use multi-axis propeller system to achieve behaviors like hover, roll, pitch, and yaw by controlling the speed and directions of propellers. So in the hybrid system of a planting agent, the air cushion provides buoyancy and the propeller controls the directions. Agents are recharged by popping the face-centered air cushion into connection with other agents and leaving charging spots for other agents. That's the final video. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
So can I ask, these particles that you have, the smaller spheres, do these belong to the mother spheres that are where farming takes place within, basically? Is that how it works?
It works a little bit, but we cannot control that perfectly. I think it's over there.
It's too dangerous to fly indoors.
You don't need to fly it. This is just asking to speak to the actual mobile.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. We tested this one in Unity and also tested the flight model in reality to show the possibility of flying and floating.
I think overall, like, first of all, again, you've done a lot of work and you have a very interesting project, I think, mostly because it raises some quite crucial questions that have to do with the role of the architect in like this scenario. And, or even before that, I mean, the way that I understood your project is more like it's some type of a visionary project, like a walking city and like archigram type of approach where, you know, you propose something quite radical. But the strange thing at the same time is that you try to be scientific about it. And on top of that, there's a big question of where does the architectural like approach lie into what you're doing. So regarding the scientific part, I think one thing that you need to be maybe aware of is that if you brought, let's say, an aerospace engineer in this conversation or a physicist, okay, they might very easily say, I mean, that you're completely lost the marbles basically, and like this could never be possible, and you know, like, or it would need to be completely different to what you've done for it to work, etc., etc. But I think in a way you're very brave that you try to be pseudo-scientific with it. So I think that's quite interesting. But at the same time, like to me, where your role comes into the whole conversation is where you actually try to be more like designers that involve people and occupation and space, as opposed to trying to make the mechanics work. So for example, you had this image of the city on top of which you overlay the grid of these balloons basically that are going to be floating for the farming. So one question that I had there, and which would actually show the significance of the architects and of architecture, would be how big should these spheres be to cater for these vast areas and chunks of London that you're trying to produce for? So you have this kind of grid, and the grid has these like squares. How many people would live on the square? What is the density of that square? And how many vegetables would you need to produce for that square? And that would feed into how big the sphere would be. And then afterwards, you have all sorts of other problems of if the sphere was huge, then a large part of the city would be under shade during the day, et cetera, et cetera. So I think this is where potentially you could have gone much more into, because that's where you're starting to become architects. Yes. And then on top of that, there is also the big conversation of when these things come down and deploy and open up and create these market spaces and all of that. I think this is quite critical conversation again, and right now it's a bit more generic. I think you just show this thing unfolding, having this shape that is like a cross, and then people just going there and getting vegetables. But to me, there could have been many more iterations there about why does this have this form? You know, like how does that fit with the urban typology of the garden and the park in London that has a very specific characteristics, et cetera, et cetera. So again, I think it's quite radical what you've done. It's quite visionary. It's like you've done a lot of work, but the architectural parts of it could have been much more like expanded, you know, where the architect really plays a role. But other than that, again, I think it's a very interesting project that raises a lot of questions.
Maybe I could add a few thoughts there, because I think I was thinking along very similar lines there. I think your presumptions, I think, are you have to start with some presumptions. You then went very deep. I think you kind of really went to an impressive level of detail in solving, in a way, solving the problems that you've created with your presumptions, and that in itself is very impressive. I think what would be a quite interesting next step in such a project is to project outwards. How does this then reflect back on the initial brief that you had? How does it inform the relationship between city and countryside? How does it inform urban structures? How, for example, does the mobility of the food supply transform what is currently a mixture of infrastructure and communal places together? So I think then projecting back from this very kind of technical problem that you've solved to what makes our discipline, I think could be quite an interesting addition to such a project, and perhaps I believe particularly when it comes to the urbanistic dimension of this project. I think there's a lot of potential in there, and I think it's a very interesting take. And I think kind of going further and looking at how this could actually inform our built environment, assuming well hypothetically, in a hypothetical world where this kind of works and is in action, I think that could be quite an interesting dimension to this project.
I would like to congratulate you for raising the question of, completely rethinking the architecture of agriculture. And because I think it's something that is very, very relevant and very, very important to when we talk about continued and sustainable existence. And the proposal you put forward raises some really exciting ideas and opportunities of really blurring the lines and actually the lines between urban and natural environment, reconsidering also what is natural, because a lot of agriculture has been designed over centuries and centuries. The land has an architecture that humans have purposely put onto it, and it's kind of led us a little bit on a dead end where it is very soil dependent. It's dependent on the land, and actually the proposal of decoupling the need of produce from the need of land is a very interesting proposition. And it's something that is happening. It's very relevant. There's a lot of momentum around it. A past member of my own team and good colleague created a startup about the production of cotton without soil. And I almost you talked a lot about food and vegetable, and there was some interesting proposals on availability, local availability, and that sort of on demand you can get the produce, you reduce all the inefficiencies of the supply chains of transportation. Yet it would be interesting to consider this application of this in different contexts of the supply chain, and not just food produce as well, but also produce of materials that come from agriculture, and how they are processed, and how could that reconsider the architecture of where the produce is grown and where it is processed, and the factory, and the produce, and the relations and the interface between that on a larger scale, and a scale of a more kind of industrial scale in a way. The other part, you talked a little bit about how these would float above a city, for example, within an urban landscape. And I think there's a lot of interesting further thoughts to consider in terms of the synergies there, in terms of carbon capture, in terms of how does it interface with the existing ecosystems, both of the city, on land, on air, but also of the ecosystem and of the natural environments which are existing. And it would have been interesting to also consider how could these exist in different types of settings. And also congratulations on really, taking the leap to explore the form and the structure and the geometry that would enable this. It is, and also the efficiency in the system of charging and all that system. It is a very, very challenging design project of many variables, just to think of that each of these modules will have a varying weight in terms of growth and how people will pick things off it, and the disturbance of the variability of the air forces around it. There's a lot of control systems that would be required to be considered in the design of it, and it is something which is very tricky to solve. Yet it could be an interesting exercise to consider all those what are the variables, where are the challenges, what are the questions that need to be answered, and in that an idea could be beyond structure. Can we also think about the materials that would enable these modules to work efficiently? For example, are there materials that could help with the growth of the produce, act in a form of a scaffold? But overall, I think it is a really, really relevant and interesting question to raise, and it it opens up, a very the idea of decoupling the architecture of agriculture from land and from soil, and of considering very alternative architectures to it from the trajectory that we've had so far, I think is very exciting, and well done for that.
All right, could I just jump in quickly? I really need to applaud this project because it's so timely. I couldn't help but thinking about, we got a new variant floating in the sky, which was very, very interesting. I think symbolically and brand-wise, I think it's a really good move. I like the idea of mobile agriculture because it's so timely. It kind of supports a number of actors that are in this space already. If you think, I was thinking while you were presenting a kind of an Uber agriculture, and these deliverable on time type of deliverables, which are kind of like already part of this kind of ecosystem that we understand. So I think this mobile agriculture supports a number of actors in this value chain through the mobile technology that already exists. I'm just kind of wondering, the difference between, if you think about advanced cultures or countries which have mobile agriculture applications already in place, but also kind of the underdeveloped markets, how that could really be feasible as well. I know that the Tails have this Stratobus project, which is kind of a mobile project that floats in the stratosphere. It's called the Stratobus. And, you know, if you start to think about how this idea can start to deliver services to producers, traders, and then back into the community, it becomes a very interesting research development into how we can evenly start to distribute food globally. I know somebody mentioned before how much, I think was Costas mentioned, well, how much do we need? If you think about that, you know, the average human consumes about 2,500 kilojoules per day. I mean, this idea of, you know, connecting back to your application, understanding information in a much more precise way is really a very interesting understanding of how you can sort of customize the experience of food production to a local community, but also to yourself. In many ways, you can start to understand the production of food and agriculture in a very immediate way. So I think as a project, I think it's got a lot of options. It's got a lot of potential. It's very timely. And I must applaud the idea itself, because this connectivity of technologies back to kind of mobile agriculture is a very, very strong one. I think that's, apart from the shape and form, I think it's a very interesting, compelling argument. It leads back to all the NASA projects, you know, how we unfold a kind of symmetrical bubble, if you like, how these cells can mutate and evolve. So great, I really appreciate the work, and I think it's got a lot of potential to take to the next level and look at how it can be employed in agriculture. And as somebody mentioned before, other products and other ideas, and the way for us to kind of kick back an understanding of this with mobile technologies that already exist and are in development. Thank you.
Yeah, may I jump in? I also very much enjoy this project. I think it's first extremely beautiful, but it's also extremely well done. I really appreciate it. Let's say the technicality of your system. These floating balls are extremely well done. And conceptually speaking, I really enjoy the idea of having the food almost naturally coming, you know, to the people, which is obviously not the case. But when you have a kind of a small garden in a pastoral way of life, at some point this is what happens. You know, you have your garden, you have the fruit. I mean, just like in your backyard, in a sense. And here it's of course an highly advanced technological version of this pastoralism, where you have the food in your backyard, but the backyard is the air, is the sky. So conceptually speaking, I think it really makes sense. What I wonder, and probably this is something you should have paid more attention to, is the ratio between the quantity of food which is produced and the quantity of energy which is consumed by your system. Because at some point, it would work only if the quantity of energy is below a certain threshold. I can't imagine this project being successful if you don't solve this issue in a highly scientific way. This is why I'm not really opposed to your scientific approach. I would say, on the contrary, that it should have gone much further to make sure that all the data are absolutely accurate. So I really would, let's say, encourage you to go towards more and more quantification in this project, so that you can really reach an optimal ratio again between the energy which is used and the quantity of food which is produced. I think that what you have done in that direction so far is not really enough. It's not really sufficient. You probably would have needed to compare with many other ways of producing foods. I mean, just for example, I mean, what happens when you do it in your garden? If you live in a suburban house or something like that, I think it would have been interesting to do this comparison. So yeah, I think it's a great project. I definitely would encourage you to go into more in an even more scientific direction at some point.
I would like to also add some comments. First of all, I find it really as a visionary work, and congratulations for this research. First of all, using this for this floating farm, the aerophonic agricultural system, I think, of course, it makes sense as a starting point. But as also Kostas was mentioning, I think it was quite important where the architect's role starts here. And in that sense, we start questioning directly when you land on a site. I think at that point, the power of your architectural, of course, design approach becomes also important, the way how you fold these geometries, because you create relationships between the plant patterns and plant aggregation to generate the form, and then to generate relation with the citizens, physical relationship, you have only one type of iterations, and you only land the empty space in the city. Actually, the city provides or offers us many scapes, like the roofscapes or the vertical curtain wall scapes, or like many other iterations. It would be interesting to see as part of your design development for these units, how they may be fold, or what kind of also interactions they create with the existing buildings, in between the buildings, maybe in the air, again, not only in the land, vertically, or creating horizontal bridges, maybe, which can, like farm bridges. It come up into my mind, like this kind of occupations might be quite interesting opportunities to discuss. And on the other side, the citizens, I mean, as many people here are discussing the demands and the amount of food, if it's going to be enough. But the way how I'm also thinking, not everyone should be allowed in such a carbon-free system. If the system is providing this opportunity to the citizens should also give back some important data to this system. What I mean is they need to really maybe prove that they are also doing some carbon-free activities to get maybe the reward to be part of this system. So you can create these kind of, in my opinion, interesting dialogues. Also, who is gonna really allow to use this and or get the chance really to part of this system, not only maybe because why you are doing this, whole effort to reduce the amount of energy to produce, because this is one of your aim. So it can be also a different way of educational system, maybe for the citizens, to put them in the system in a different, but in a maybe virtual way also through all these application systems, and they can be part of this. Thank you and congratulations in general.
If I may add a comment to what Malik was discussing, talking about the interface with the urban environment, I think there's also quite an interesting idea here to explore. Having a floating and airborne growth unit of a natural growth process, which can actually float between different environments, on an urban environment and natural environment, and actually exist within different ecosystems and is modular. It is interesting to explore there what new functions could be created, new hybrids between natural and human intervened functions. When we talk about pollination, imagine this, for example, this unit is landed into an area, natural space where there's different insects, different bees, different, and which interact with the system, create pollination, create a natural process for that system to regenerate and continue, and then that system then moves and floats into a different escape, a different environment. One we would call now urban, or one which has a more human-made architecture. And how does it being able to exist between the two can create new functions of growth and new ideas that can create synergies and efficiencies that can be very interesting.
I just want to pick up on a couple of issues that have been raised. And one is primarily also to kind of maybe challenge a certain orthodoxy about what we deem architecture. I think that to Philip's point, I think the issue of energy is quite fundamental to a project like this, and I think the strategies, I think, of quantification and understanding production are very important. But when I'm listening to Kostas and Malike, there is a certain kind of thought process that renders architecture primarily kind of functioning within a certain domain of spatial problems. When the architecture returns to the ground, or the kind of over-specialization of thinking about disciplinary distinctions as being something explicitly meaningful. And I guess one of the challenges that I think is very important for not just for the studio or for the DRL or architecture in general, is really, I think, to throw those disciplinary distinctions in the bin. And I know Patrick may have other thoughts on this, but from my perspective, I think this kind of offers a kind of comfort to kind of think that buildings are the answer to all kinds of questions. I think in our studio, in the same way that Patrick's studio has been looking at metaverse and virtuality, in our studio, I think there was also the issue about how we are not necessarily just looking at food production, but how those things actually were made accessible to people. The pandemic kind of opened up radical challenges, which is not just something that's been known for a long time in terms of how much food is basically imported into the UK, but actually how services, when they break down, or the fragility of the infrastructures globally manifest themselves, how do we deal with that? And I think that brings up certain issues that Malike mentioned about accessibility and equity, and also some of the issues that Tom was speaking to in terms of, you know, the relationship about how these kind of systems prototypically would be deployed in different scenarios. And I think that the project is in its infancy, but I only want to sort of put on the table that in some sense, I think these problems are highly architectural and need a radically kind of new way of thinking spatially how we interface, not only with technological apparatus, but with our city. So I think the issue, for example, of thinking about the market and so forth, these are somehow rendered traditional within the context of, let's say, operating within London or the allotment and the garden. But the reality of the thing is that that doesn't really serve the needs. And at the very primary level, the studio's kind of intention was primarily trying to look at ways of thinking about architecture as supporting life, and to kind of expand that in not necessarily having a one-to-one kind of user interface or user interaction, but to problematize, I think, the scenarios of what these things actually are deployed within an urban environment as an architectural infrastructure. And the reason I mention that is that we don't have problems listening to Amazon talk about the delivery system drone-based that would basically service our kind of urban environments. For example, these students are quantifying 500,000 units kind of deployed throughout the UK. But if we think about the amount of material that is basically brought to our doorstep, the amount of drone travel, the amount of energy, it is a radically different kind of context in which we would see our urban environment. And goes beyond entertainment and enters into a domain that we actually radically do need to speculate on that. And to think about actually a much more four-dimensional way of thinking about how our cities can be enacted with that. So I think a lot of the critique is very useful, and I think for the studio is very meaningful. But I want to kind of challenge the orthodoxy of the definition of architecture, because I don't think, in some sense, that will actually be a defining way of how we're going to respond to some of the challenges. In this particular case, looking at food production, looking at agriculture, which is a completely kind of mechanized industrial kind of operation, highly roboticized and so forth. I think it's not to kind of maintain that aesthetic or to think that that's architecture, but it's really to problematize maybe some of the things that people like Fuller and others were basically speaking to. And we're sort of kind of waking up to that reality, and I hope that we can do that in a much more engaged way. And so I only put that on the table because maybe I recognize that sometimes our ex-students, or sometimes my ex-students, can be at times the most critical about the definition of what architecture is. And I think in the same way that you were here, it was the issue of actually trying to see beyond the kind of immediate, to try to problematize certain questions and to kind of manifest that. So I agree with all of the critique in terms of the technical detailing, but I wouldn't basically hang our hat on an aerospace engineer to try to think about how that would solve the problem. The problem has to be outlined from many different perspectives, and a platform has to be created to be able to kind of explore those things collectively, which I think demands an articulation of architecture beyond this. So I'm not trying to be provocative, but I am trying to suggest that definitions matter and we should expand them.
Well, I just want to briefly think, I think Costa's recommendation or suggestion, I think, was quite empowering for the students, and I think it would have expanded, I think, the appeal of the project. And when it comes, so I think in terms of the project, which I fully defend, the scientific aspect, the quantification aspect, I think the way we can deal with that is through precedent, and you showed some flying machines, certain different scales, different paradigms one could extrapolate from, and I think that's good enough to give that project a background credibility. And then I do believe that what do you then focus on further? Is it actually realistic, to follow, for instance, Philip's advice to go deeper into the science? I don't think so. And would that be, in the end, if such a project ever comes to pass, there would still be a division of labor attaching to that, and somebody would take up the role of looking at this on the impact on the urban skyline, from the user interfaces perspective, where we are on the front line and engineering is under the hood backstage. I do think we should reflect this. The project is obviously way out of what we usually would get served up. So in this sense, the student group is already taking multiple roles. It is taking an entrepreneurial role. It is taking a proto-science or standing in for science, or extrapolating from science, it's extrapolating from engineering examples. But then there's also, I think, the genuine, most pertinent contribution then, or most credible contribution, is that what I would call the designerly contribution. So I agree with that with Costa. It doesn't mean that this project, we have to, there must be some kind of focus of where the energy goes in. And of course, it's impressive, and we have to establish the grounds and hypotheses with a certain degree of plausibility. And as I said, I think the best way to do that is these precedent examples, and also connecting it up, of course. And that's why I think what Tom was saying is important. Access in that space, other industries, other examples, and of course the aeroponics is its own already existence. So I think that's all great. But once you have all of this assembled, I do agree with Kostas. The things one should focus on is, urban spaces, urban skyline, urban interfacing also with urban spaces. And when these things come down, also what Neil says, does it have an impact on if that gets extrapolated and generalized? What's the impact on the overall land city economy? So I think these were useful suggestions. I don't think there were anyway questioning the premise of the project. I think it's about framing an arena of focus. And in this sense, I am, and indeed, and you anticipate the defending some kind of, societal division of labor in terms of disciplines and expertise. because somebody needs to take responsibility of these aspects. And that's us. And we have, like, in fact, in terms of as a discipline, we have universal and exclusive competency with respect to the phenomenal world. And but we don't have that with respect to the engineering operations.
I mean, I would agree with what you're saying, Patrick. I guess the thing that I would say differently is that these kind of subjects are architectural by nature. They're spatial by nature.
Absolutely.
And I'm not suggesting that we enter into the domain of the engineer. I'm saying that we expand the definition of architecture so that we're not only talking about this when this thing lands, because to be honest with you, that is only a moment within, I think, an ecosystem of relations. And I agree with you that we are competent to look at that. We are exploring time-based media, and we're trying to kind of evolve, let's say, different platforms to make that expanded, not only in the way that we work on problems, but in the way that we somehow gain knowledge. So the only reason I mentioned that is the literal design of this system in London has a lot to be desired in terms of work that would have to do to impact on this. On the other hand, as a prototypical system, the questions that are being raised, the strategies, and also the heightening of an awareness of the kind of information, like Philippe's point about energy is primal. But at the same time, I think the students were also wrestling with that, looking at BAT systems, looking at strategies that are very much in the now. So it's mostly in terms of, I think from my side, only to suggest that the idea of quasi-science is something which I don't think actually is important, because it's not really quasi-science. It's about trying to be informed about new domains of research, to also bring that and unfold it into larger projects. And that's where I think is my slight difference of opinion with Kostas and on those.
What I thought interesting was, let's say, yes, there's this element of when the thing comes down and how it structures that, but also, coming down, there is this kind of time aspect. But for me, it's also, if you look at it, I've been recently rereading Kevin Lynch's Image of the City. Let's say, if is that grid, or are you reading off population centers and residential concentrations or market concentrations in this? These are kind of representations like a skyline, if a phenomenal condition which orientates everybody, or is it clustering into a big landmark which is moving? So these things are important. So we look at it. That would be the let's say the architect's eye to look at that. And that I agree that would nice to foreground that more. And we are very visual also, and that's not superficiality. No. That's visual communication, and that's a critical layer for forging. I mean, it's interesting that we have a huge issue with comprehensibility of urban agglomerations. I mean, that's a huge challenge, and it became particularly with this point of discussion in the mid-20th century when you have these, when the city has no longer an image. I think that's and recognizability. I think it's interesting that this would contribute to this discourse in an interesting way.
No, I agree. Go ahead, Kostas.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, like, I also mentioned that it is very brave of them, actually, that they did this. And, like, actually, the way that it comes across for me is more like a provocation than anything else. And basically, like, this is something that I find as well very often, is that when you try to get into these conversations, when you actually try to talk with people that are very knowledgeable about these things and they are scientists, that's when you actually need to change slightly the conversation. And that's why I also think that, I still think that in a way, what we do follows a very traditional like approach, and our domain is what it used to be still. It hasn't really changed that much. And I think it always defaults into conversations of like space and aesthetics and stuff like that. And that's where the value is. So this is why I made that comment basically. And that's what I think, like based on what Philippe was saying as well, that, this is at an early stage and there could be so much more done. If, like the team, for example, tries to consult with scientists now and try to bring people that are specialists in these things, what would the students have to say in that conversation would come from more an aesthetic and a spatial point of view than anything else. And that's why I made that comment.
No, I understand the comment. I may not agree with it, though. And the only reason that I would say that is the shift from two points, and I'll conclude that so that we can move on. But one is the notion that it's a provocation, and in some sense that's enough. I don't think that's the case. I think that there's a radical difference in the way that we approach work today, potentially, because we have access to technologies. These are not about thought experiments. This isn't about illustrating an idea. This is about having some risk and trying to prototype. And that, of course, is in its infancy, and I agree completely with all of the comments. But I do want to not see this as something as a provocation. This isn't Super Studio. This isn't about illustrating ideas. This is about trying to meaningfully look at our contemporary society and some of the problems, and students trying to respond to them. Now, the degree of success or failure, I leave that always to the audience and to the students and to yourselves. That's not for us. We have to synthesize that. But I think to think of it beyond representation and provocation, I think is very important, because saying something as visionary today somehow is a dismissive of somehow that it's not real. And I guess my only kind of challenge in forums like this is to suggest actually not only is it real, but it's absolutely necessary. And it is part of the kind of architectural and discursive kind of apparatus that we do, and that's why we do these events, to really kind of expand and to challenge. So I think all the comments, I think, from everybody is going to definitely be taken on board, and I support them all. But I think in terms of language, in terms of definition, those are the two things that I just put on the table as we continue the conversation. But I thank with all the comments, and I agree with a lot of them. My point of contention is very clear for reasons that I think are also very honest from my side. So anyway, we'll continue with the next project. We have a lot of conversation, and I know that we're somehow, baby stepping into things that are very large in magnitude, and so we'll move on with the conclusion of this project to another project from Sajay and Ariana's studio. So thank you guys for the comments. We'll try to make a quick switch over, and yeah, thanks.
Okay, hello everyone. We are the project party campers from the Sajay studio. Our team members are Yaobing Wang, Ziyuan Huang, Bowen Miao, and Yu Jiang. So we will starting with our background thesis. They will include the problems and the opportunity. So first of all, in the development of the education, the influence of the technology is inseparable. The promotion of the computers and internet constantly upgrades the traditional education. Technology like VR, AR also play the same role here. So especially in the current environment, a pandemic has repeatedly accelerated the popularity of the online education. More and more educational events are forced to take online. The sudden emergence of this educational model has exposed many problems. For example, the social distancing caused students' mental health on campus, and the communication between the students and teachers are weakened. But it also shows many advantages, like the high efficiency and quality bring by the new technology. So we are bringing different data showing these trends. Here we're showing that the duration of the complete and partial school closures and the rising market revenue share of the online classes. And the remote conference technology market is also rising with the epidemic. So we are bringing out three main problems are brought out in this situation. Firstly, comparing the time students spent before and during the pandemic, this social isolation is weakened the communication and made the mental health problem more likely to occur. Furtherly, the separation between physical experiment and online remote operation will become more obvious. And lastly, the communication between students and teacher, and students at school are cut off in this online education environment. So the above problem pose challenge but also provide opportunities. With the blooming concept of metaverse and the advanced technology like VR and AR, the virtual meeting and modeling can easily connecting people to ignoring their distance. With Alexander's pattern language here, we also put forward another opportunity. As an early study of the introduction of alphabet in campus construction, it studied between users and designers. Users and user inspires design a lot. Also, this kind of assembled alphabet makes sure users have the ability to personally participate into the whole process of the design, construction, and use, and provide a lot of feedback to optimize the whole system. And lastly, in order to balance the multi-party requirements and provide negotiation in conflict, the introduction of the gamification is used to balance the whole system. So in conclusion, when rethinking the future of education, the project considered taking the participatory game as a method, a system of assembled kit-apart alphabet as a design, and a vision of hybrid educational space as an intention. So we are going to our design solution part.
Yeah. For solving the first problem of the social isolations, and we need to find ways to make more connections between like users or between the space. So we found a very interesting games. Is this like the dots and books? And the dots and books is based on a rectangle grid, and the different people, different players draw the lines, vertical or horizontal. And when the people complete 1 by 1 squares, and he get one score. And as stage 1, as you can see, every players want to avoid like at the third edge of a square. And especially this can be transferred, like help create more flat space and allowing for better communications between the different users. And the stage 2 and stage 3 shows that even from the same start point, and different choice can cause a different result. And this part we study the effects of different areas on users' choice and apply some better moves to make the two players have a better degree of communication. And I think these games represent the process of multi-users game and cooperations, and how space is defined under different user selections. And when this game goes from 2D to 3D, I think the problem is complex. And how to we need to find how to define. We not define faces by edges. We will define a block by some faces. The problem of how space is defined as a choice of different users become more complex. We assume that the users can define a cube when he chose a cube with more than a certain numbers of faces. And when no users can define a space, and space will be shared, like the purple cube shows the shared space, and this purple cube represents the space shared by users, and the shared space has a higher connectivities with the neighboring space. And when we set the rules of first selection of when we set the rules to first select the three faces of a cube, the users can define this space. And the process on the left shows the whole selection process. So users prefer to select overlap faces of the cubes and generating a more individual space. And we change the rules to only select 4 faces of a cube can define this space. It means that if 2 different users, they all choose 3 faces of a cube, and this cube can't be defined by any users, and they will share this space as the purpose cube. And to make the spatial flexible and make the structure more efficient, and we just translate this different users' choice into a cellular structures, which is generated based on the faces selected by the users. And this image shows the effects of 2 different ways of space definitions on a final space effect. And the users each use their own space, and the 2 cellular structures do not affect each other, and each other exists as a individual structure. And when 2 users decide to share their space, and the 2 cellular structures can be merged into one whole structures. And as you can see, the spatial continuity becomes better. And this is the iterative process of the first rules and the final spatial results. As you can see, the two spaces are all individual and don't affect each other. And this is the iterative process of the second rules and the final result. And the shared space connects the two users' individual space. Yeah, and this is a comprehension of the results of each step in different rules. At the top is no shared space, and the bottom is they all have shared space.
And here's the alphabet design part. When working on our alphabet, we introduced the technique of 3D graphic statics, which not allows the structure to be more rational, but also made a cellular form for our alphabet. As you can see, the form diagram. Sorry. The form diagram generated by the 3D graphic statics can be freely extended and deformed according to the form diagram. Just as our alphabet does, we also find that they can be joined to the skeleton of two materials according to the force diagram. For the above game rules and the 3D graphic statics, we sort out three clear spatial form. They correspond to the specific function. The first type is the type O, which is a centripetal space suitable for the crowded gathering. So we define it as a social space. The second one is a C-type space, which is a linear space with a long traffic flow. So we define it as an exhibition space. The third kind is the L-shaped space, which is a semi-enclosed space. There will be an additional space to assist the main functional space. So the extra space is very suitable for the outdoor fabrication space. With the help of the cellular structure from the 3D graphic statics, we enables us to get the curvature space easily. This is the O-type social space alphabet for meetings, a studio presentation, or a lecture. And our version of the future lecture hall will be with the hybrid skyline and mixed reality modeling showing. About the assumption of the future library, the virtual books will replace a large number of the physical one. You can not only have a list of the recommended relevant books list, but also preview and review the book there. This is a C-type exhibition space alphabet. Different from the traditional one, it will be more interesting here. All the things will be interactive. The people can be immersed themselves into the exhibition. They can also be a real-time holographic projection for the exhibition hall. The presenter can be projected and enlarge themselves to attract more people's participation. Here is another exhibition space. The selling also interact with the user. This is the last one, the type alphabet space for the making space. Sorry. As shown in the figure, the making hub will have a combination of the particles fabrication and the virtual fabrication. The virtual model could reduce the error that may caused by the traditional construction and assembly.
Okay, so hybrid experience is one of the most significant features in our project. And main goal here is the things that gathering huge quantity of information. Different sources of speech and exhibition from all over the world can be collected together here, allow students and teachers to join and interact with any of them remotely. So in this thing, where VR and AR technology are widely used, a large number of learning materials will be presented in a 3D way. So which means, especially in the architectural school, 3D prototypes that are made by students can be displayed and discussed handily. Furthermore, it can provide an exploration things that brings everyone into the model, exploring the real scale and materials to help students to refine their design details. So remote making is another great improvement made by the hybrid learning. Different process of the construction will be carried out at different sites at the same time. In this case, robotic printing, CNC milling, and on-site construction can be followed up by the designer remotely and making the construction more efficient. So there are also several usage scenarios, including the hybrid lecture hall, the exhibition, and the workshop, and so on. So the application of this hybrid technology can easily establish a platform for sharing global educational resources and create more academic exchange and discussions.
So the solution to the last communication problem will be solved by our gamification way, where different users will negotiate and communicate on a game platform, thus solving the problem of communication barriers. So for a game, we need a suitable site, different users, and the iteration. So the site will be our focus. And here we have chosen AA as our starting point for the transformation. So we will therefore move on the chapter of the site analysis. The first reason why we choose AA as our site is because the architecture students already very specific and they will face a lot of demandings for modeling, but online limits this to a great extent. The second point is that the importance of the AA's location, which is surrounded by many arts and academic resources, as well as its proximity to Bedford Square, on which there are already many exhibitions happen there. At the same time, our in-depth research revealed that AA has a long history of renovation, starting with just the 3 buildings in 1917, then extending the back one, then adding elements of terraces from 1921, and then gradually expanding to its current form in 2009. Further study shows that the Georgian architecture often use the building behind them as the basis for extension or renovations, while it is also worth noting that the AA's facade is a heritage asset, reaching elements that we cannot destroy or just occupy its roof. And we also find that the scale of the AA's rooms is generally small and no longer well suited to the current educational model. At the same time, we have collected the data on the number of enrollment to each year, and we have found that each major is growing almost doubly, while the most needed public space extensions are concentrated in cafe, library, and DPL and lecture hall, and the most needed studio extension are concentrated in DRL and diploma majors. So this, at the same time, just determine our massing strategy. First, we just defined the 3 main roads and demolished the behind the one. And we just extended square into AA and just extend the main public functions in the middle and construct the studio buildings in 2 sides. Here is a final blueprint. We extend the alphabet to the exhibition one on Bedford Square, and then on the roof of the commercial buildings to create a landscape that connects with the human connectivity and the Tottenham Court Road.
After massing strategy of AA, we need to keep using our rules of the dots and books into different levels of designs. First, we use the rules to define the space of different users. We first let different users to choose space according to the dots and books rules, and each color space represents a type of users with different needs. Like the orange ones need more connectivity with public space, and the green users need more connectivity with himself. And blue users need more connectivity with herself in z-axis as the z-axis, and the pink one need more connectivity with other user space. And the iteration process on the left does not have cooperations and sharing between the users. And the iteration process on the right shows the purpose cube space that appears in user selection process. And this comparison diagram shows the results that the shared space not only creates connections between different users, but also have a positive influence on the connectivities of space result chosen by the same users. Based on the range of the space chosen by each users, we design our systems to allow users to choose different alphabet and refine their space, and to collaborate with other users to get a more private or larger shared, space. And the users first select the space he currently want to define and get some properties of this space. For example, like the area and the height of the space. And then the users can choose the different functions modulars. And these modulars can adapt the size of themselves according to the different grid. And after users select the functional modules they need, and different types of users can negotiate the connectivities of the space together, and choosing whether to share the space with neighboring users or keep their own independent private space. And this is just some results of 4 different users' choice. As you can see, the different users chose different connecting users, and that affects the final spatial result. And with many iterations, we can get a final result of this progress. Combining it with our method strategy, and we can have a final shape of our architectural design. And there's some render and perspective of our project.
Here is a general render, and you can see the roof garden that we connect with the commercial buildings and interact with the Tottenham Court Road and the Bedford Square exhibition with our alphabet. And also this is a view from the commercial building roof, and you can see that the Tottenham Court Road and also the Morway Street. And this is also the view from the building roof, and you can see the Morway Street, and the people have the activities happened in the roof. And here is the interior one.
Here's some interior detail of the building. Here's a lecture hall. The people online or at the real time could share the lecture together. Here's the interior renderings video in the new lecture hall presentation. The presenter can be projected and enlarged without any limitation of the space, but to extend to everywhere they want to let more people to join it. And you can see that the detail of the space, and we choose the wood material for our cellular fabrication.
So you can see from the previous video, our overall form is combined with the skeleton and the cylinder. So we will move on to the chapter on fabrication. The entire fabrication timeline is divided into 6 segments as we move through the study of the bending wood pieces, and the study of the nodes, and the study of the loops, and then across to the study of the sails and the prospect of the cylinder you can see on the table. So we then just use the 2 mixes to make the 3 method to make our node, and we finally just choose the method C because it just saves the time and the materials, and also it can bear much load. And this is our loop test, and we just use the 2 methods like the previous one, the mixed with the metal and the wood and the veneer, and finally we just choose the mixed one. After that, we just put the loop into the shape of the sail and try to generate a simple shape with the 3D graphic status, which will be part of the combination in the cylinder you can see in the right one. And then here is our some interior rendering will show. And here is the facade from the Mulway Street. And I think that's all. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Maybe I can start. So I want to congratulate you for the quantity of work, which is quite amazing. I think the project is extremely elegant. I have two remarks. I'm not completely convinced by the choice of the site, but maybe it was imposed. I don't know if you chose that site or if it was just like a common site for all groups working on this, in this cluster. Because at some point, I think it's limiting some of the potential of the construction system you are deploying. So this is why maybe, I believe that almost starting from scratch would have been great in your case, with a site that would be much less constrained, that would allow you probably to go much further in terms of, the whole, production cycle of the building. So you would probably have been able to go further regarding the supply chain, regarding the delivery of material on site or modules, because in your case, it's not so much about materials on site, it's much more about modules. So I think probably a more free scenario would have been helpful in your case and would have allowed you to go further, let's say, to go deeper into the possibilities and the potentiality offered by the system you choose. The second remark is concern the use of wood. It's not really clear to me why you don't make a much more extensive use of wood for curved component. And also, I still have a bit of a problem because I don't see a clear advantage of the shape compared to the shape you are developing compared to the production method. Or let's say, and vice versa, which means that I don't see a clear advantage of the production method compared to the shape you are proposing. So I think the project is very nice, very elegant. Formally and spatially speaking, I find it quite beautiful and rich. But the interface of the production method and the formalization of the project, the geometry basically of the modules you're producing is not obvious. That's what I mean. I don't feel like a crazy necessity. My feeling is that this could have been produced with other methods. And again, these methods would also have allowed to produce many other different geometries and shapes. So I think it would be great if you think of a closer relationship between the geometry and the method of fabrication, let's say the production method. That's my remark. But again, a lot of work and very elegant in any case.
Maybe I can follow up on some of these comments. I totally agree. I think it's the ambition is great. I think you touch on so many topics and you try to expand on all of them. And I really compliment the aim to try to resolve them as much as possible. But I do feel you took the two extremes. I think you start with a very rigid system of structural grid, this voxel pixel world where you start off for the game, which makes sense because then you have allow very simple rules of interaction with the user, which I think that's a very good way to start. But then this align with the comments that Philip just made. Very quickly you move into full complexity and you fully eliminate all of the set constraint that you set up with the voxel world into a fully continuous organic minimal shell organic forms, right? So I think that sort of discrepancy, again, it goes too quickly into the two extremes of rationality, simplicity, the structural efficiency for the modularity that you want to add into a fully non-structural or varying from small spans to large spans with continuity of shell structures in these minimal forms. I think it starts to maybe divert a bit from the aim that you're trying to do, and then again you add the layer of virtual condition into what in some of your slides seem to be that everything becomes a screen, everything is interactive. So it lacks that sort of hierarchical condition of where you are entering that hybrid world and where you're still adding the complexity only to the physical, or is it just moving the complexity into the hybrid condition and the physical remains more static? I think that's sort of, it's hard to really find that middle ground of those two extremes where those come together. And I think that ties in again with the sites, right? You select, as Philip said, a highly constrained site like is the existing terms of the AA, but then you also take Bedford Square, which is again fully free. I think I would have liked to see that more of in between urban condition where you can really bring in your knowledge of modularity, how you can fit in with this pixelized world and adding some degree of curvature and to make this more efficient, more exciting, more continued, and maybe more even suitable for this virtual world, which I agree. I think it's the sensibility is quite well achieved. It has very interesting geometrical expression and possibilities, but what troubles me is that sort of living in those two extreme worlds and which one is the one that you really want to pursue, which is the fully organic, fully free of structural criteria, with modularity, with materiality, or is it the one that lives to become the game that is then transformative, not only before you move in, but also keeps being transformative when you move into a hybrid condition. So I think those are aspects to keep on evolving, and I would just question which would be that sort of better middle ground to have taken instead of trying to solve all of the extremes from basic to super radical and complex. Yeah. But now overall, like I congratulate you. It's a lot of good work. Yeah.
Maybe also a bit in response to that. First of all, I mean, I think it's a great project, and I think it's particularly well balanced because it kind of deals with very abstract aspects of communication and collaboration. I think you had a very interesting take on looking into what participatory design means, which is enabled through the kind of modern media we deal with these days. You've been looking at hybrid spaces, and I think it's quite interesting because we saw some very speculative takes, which I think are important to open up the vision, and there's a whole new world of possibilities and also future technologies coming towards us. But what I found very refreshing in this example was that it was seen very plausible. I think it was a rather maybe with the exception of some of these kind of large holographic projections, I think it was a kind of very plausible take on how a hybrid collaboration environment could look like nowadays or very near to the future. And I also have to kind of congratulate you on your courage to pick such a site, because everyone knows the site, everyone will have an opinion, and of course everyone will very quickly present a view, and then there's of course also risk. But I think it's quite interesting to see what happens when you bring these concepts together with a kind of very layered and dated environment and create something that is living off the friction between the two. And I think what I really like about your project is that you have looked at all aspects, I think in very similar depth. It's aspects of how to negotiate space. I think perhaps raise the question of how you then curate the outcome, because again, kind of every sample group's differences will be somewhat different. And I think there probably also needs to be an element of kind of curation of the outcome of a participatory kind of choice, but then also looking into aspects of digital fabrication and what these spaces have to deliver as hybrid spaces. I think that has been, I mean, I think we're looking at a pretty well balanced take on the different aspects of digital collaboration and production. So I have to say I quite like the outcome of that project. Congratulations.
Can I just jump in at this stage? I'd like to congratulate the students. It's an amazing project. You know, coming on the back of the recent Venice Virtual Biennial, where we had a lot of discussions about, you know, what is a virtual space. And I know that was mentioned before, you know, why the AA? And, you know, the question then was, you know, why the Venice Biennale? How do you locate yourself? And I think that one of the key aspects that I saw about this project is so positive is that actually the students located the project at the AA as a kind of a proxy experience. In a virtual world, we are not physically there. We can't just get into the metaverse and start moving things around. But if you think about this shifting paradigm where we start to understand the world in that meta space as an opportunity to kind of build, if you think about it as a kind of collection of parts, and we start making decisions about these parts. And I couldn't help myself thinking about how wonderful it is to see these kit of parts and elements of spatial diversity in a kind of a open sea or Nifty Gateway world where you become a user or a collector, and you can actually assemble and create the world as a spatial device, as an experiential device. And, you know, it's kind of funny when I see a drawing for a cat that was drawn by somebody, I'm not going to mention whose name, but it's trading for $45,000 in OpenSea. It's a doodle, yeah? So the potential for students, for say the AA and architects to think about creating designs, which I'm not going to say whether I agree or disagree. I think there's potential here to research this new space and to enable this customization of a world around the AA, which, you know, gives it a massive potential to create these optional environments is pretty big. So this proxy experience becomes, in a way, much more reachable as we are in the current world than the physical world, because essentially mentally we locate ourselves at the AA, but we are creating assets and potentials to share these kind of relationships in a completely different way. So I was thinking of this, am I an OpenSea? Am I a Nifty Gateway? Am I using my Meta wallet here, MetaMask wallet, to actually purchase a course, to purchase the elements, the materials, and reassemble the world in a very, very complex way? So I think we have to open ourselves up to a completely new discourse and allow this potential to enable us to be completely connected back into another reality, which is just opening up. And I kind of agree with what Patrick said before. If you remember, Patrick, you were saying, you know, the opportunities that in China, globally, I know that when I enter the world like Decentraland, I'm kind of perplexed by the architecture. I'm sort of thinking, my God, is this the model for my life? But if you think about the low kind of polymesh access that we have at the moment, and the possibility for us to recreate a world which we can access for these different experiences, this is absolutely something that's going to develop. And I think the complexity of the AA as a kind of institution, I know the students were saying this, the kind of historical reference point to the AA is very, very critical. And, you know, regardless of how we think of the AA as a physical evolution, I think now we're in a position to think of this as a kind of a proxy experience of another evolution. And, you know, we will start to enable us and everyone to start to rethink this relationship in a new way. So I kind of applaud the students. I think there's an element of risk, which is unavoidable. And I don't want to really be thinking about to get into the dialogue about the geometry. I think we're at a point where we are testing these bits. We are starting to understand these bits, and there's a space there for this kind of architecture spatial production to be re-articulated in this narrative of that kind of proxy experience. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I just want to say a few things. So also from my perspective, a great project. And just to point out, if I understood it correctly, so all the architecture is physical, and then we have a lot of augmented reality overlays, which are about the collaboration process, about models you look at together, plus the holographic projection of a lecture, which I found interesting that this, that's actually what happens with these in these worlds, that the presenter is much larger, but what you've done seemingly, you have distributed it. So the presenter of an event is copies of it exist in multiple spaces, so it's totally interesting, but there is no virtual space as such, which is interesting. I'm not criticizing it, it's just a marker of this project. I did find interesting the game, so to address what Paula was criticizing, and yes, I think there is a planning modules, an interesting idea of first starting these voxels. I do buy into then, once selections have been made, to use the filleting, and that's, I think, mostly what it is, to make legible which units belong together through the filleting and meandering, so to tie together things, and then also to look at interfacing and so on. So there's, for me, still planning modules. They become surfaces. I don't think there's much of a construction module really effective and constraining in the project. Yes, there's a fabrication detail, but I agree with Paolo to some extent. I mean, these long spans are not accounted for, and the static graphics isn't, I don't think it's coming in a formative way, but it's still, for me, credible. So what the structure is still to be discussed. Maybe at this point, not incredibly important. Maybe there's an underlying skeleton, or maybe these surfaces are self-sustaining. That's not been thematized, but let's say, but it's useful to distinguish planning modules and construction modules. I thought that, and I love the porosity of these deep vistas and these spaces. Now, when it comes to the location at the AA, I mean, at the previous iteration, it was very brutal the way it wiped out most of the AA. That has been ameliorated, and you referenced the original facade. But what I find disappointing a little bit is that, yes, except for that overview, that urban overview, there is no sense of being at the A. So that you haven't taken forward the integration with some of these, nice existing spaces, whether it's the library space, the front members' room, some of these Georgian spaces, and how they open up into a newly occupied courtyard. So also, we don't have any view from Bedford Square. Do you sense that there is, what's happening behind the facade? So at the moment, there is, I would say 95% of the images, it could have been anywhere, like nearly what Philip was calling for. But I actually do appreciate the attention and the decision to bring anyway, we love those, never mind virtual expansions and virtual spaces, but the integration with central urban fabrics, I think, is quite important, but it has not been fully developed here. So these are my points. But overall, yes, I think it's a very strong project.
Yeah, I also think that you've done a lot of work as well, and the design itself is very interesting. One slight criticism that I would have is that very much so, a lot of the things that you're discussing are about interiority and about like quite a zoomed in scale of a person or like a number of people that's in a lecture hall or somebody learning individually, whether that is through augmented means or virtual means. But pretty much everything that you show in the presentation is almost that you treat the project as a shell, as some kind of a module that is like looked upon from the outside in axonometric modes without really engaging with the interiority of it all. And I think actually, in fact, it should be the other way around completely. Like you should start from the interior and try to establish how these relationships evolve between you and hybrid learning and augmented learning and all of that. And then from that scale upwards and outwards as well. But what you've done now is somehow that it comes across like that the module comes first, that you start playing with form and shape, then you progress that into some stacking sequence and a way of fitting these modules together. And then afterwards, you show that video and you show the lecturer like 2 or 3 times the size, and you say that this is what kind of the interior could be. So which to me implies that somehow you thought more about form first and then try to see what potentially can become, these forms can become, which is perfectly viable as well and fine to do, like as an approach. But somehow what I'm trying to say with this is that the relationship between the hybrid learning, the form and the materiality and the production method that Philippe was saying is a bit lost there. Like, so how do you go again from this very specific activity of learning into this type of form, and from this type of form into this material and potentially that site as well? And also, like the other thing, to conclude some of the iterations that you were doing with the colors. Again, I mean, you were using an axonometric way of showing what you're trying to combine and adjust and like a fitness find, let's say. But to me, like, I mean, I'm becoming like a traditionalist again. To me, you could have just done some plans, basically, just to show how these spaces are organized. And that could have, given a much better idea of your project and its organization. So there are some tools and like representation techniques that would have done more justice to the project. But again, like going back to my initial comment, I think you've done a lot of stuff. You explore a lot of techniques, and yeah, I mean, you've done a good project in the end.
I think, like, just to comment on that point and address a few things. Like first again, like most people, like I would like to congratulate you on like literally pulling a rabbit out of the bag, like in the last week, like compared to where you were in December, and I think the success of the project lies mostly in highlighting a few opportunities and also highlighting a few aspects of architectural geometry or digital fabrication, or like the opportunities to use gaming engines, not only for participatory aspects, but also for hybrid mixed reality experiences and how to adapt them for the future of educational spaces and educational technologies, let's say. And so I think you have done a very good job of highlighting the opportunities and like, briefly hinting at like the future world that is coming, right? And so it is kind of obvious also that you have not fully resolved everything, but that's fine. This is year one of a new agenda in a way. So having said all of that, like positive, to address the idea of the site, like we do definitely believe, like across the studio, like that all the projects have to try and make use of the advances in digital geometry, creation, synthesis, and digital fabrication and robotic manufacturing, etc., to make use of these degrees of freedom to do something useful. So, and like to take on a problem that is challenging. And one of those is indeed addressing like existing buildings which are perhaps grade listed, or like, so that's one aspect that we insisted on. Like we didn't really say take the AA, but like we definitely insisted on taking on a challenging enough task, let's say, to resolve and make use of the degrees of freedom that is offered by digital fabrication and so on. And similarly, like to address the points that like Tom mentioned and Patrick, and the idea that like virtual spaces still need to be somehow rooted like spatially, or there's an advantage to that rather than they're in floating in virtual space. But I do think that like you have hinted at it, like the benefits of rooting it, but you haven't fully maximized it, as like Patrick was saying, like, you haven't fully visualized like how like the existing lecture hall we can build a view into the new world, whether it's virtual or like the new courtyard or so on. But I think like so these aspects like are pointing to future work, like, and whether you do it or the next generation of students do it. But like, yeah, again, I would not only congratulate you, but also thank you for making like an extraordinary effort to do justice to these points. Yeah.
Malika and Nasia, do you guys have something you'd like to add?
Maybe shortly one comment I would like to add. First of all, congratulations to the team. I think it's really a quite interesting project. Following the critics, actually, okay, like first of all, the system itself is proposing to us, like, because starting with a modular system, using that kind of mathematics and creating the physical system generated from that starting point, of course, creates this kind of maybe discussions. But in my opinion, it's one of the best starting points for this project, because I'm really questioning if we are creating these hybrid spaces and the virtual space has a lot of layers of complexity. And then the question comes up with the physical one: how much real space needs the complexity itself as geometrically, like geometrically meaning, of course, but what will be the priorities actually to define the complexity at the physical space for these hybrid events? That will be, in my opinion, an important question, especially if it's the educational space, and especially when it inhabits the educational events, how important will be the physical space itself as in educational manners. This is one question. I think it will be important also for this research development. Thank you.
Also, on my part, congratulations for what is quite an elegant response to our need to create new forms of ways of communicating through education. And I wonder, again, addressing this idea between what is the need of the physical space, whether there are new functions that come out of it in terms of it is on the one hand being creating communication, but also how does it function in terms of capturing knowledge, and how the modularity and the ability to tailor could physically hold information about knowledge created, and that knowledge becomes captured, and how could that help the space itself physically carry sort of the education which is developed within it, and even evolve with it. So the question is also in terms of timeframes, when you look at these modular fabrication systems, is can we does the ability to tailor something and to adapt it stop at the point in which it is fabricated and placed, or can we incorporate using the same tools and also considering elements which are adaptable within the system? Can we incorporate an evolution to this variability that will serve the ability for the space to capture the activity that happens within it in building knowledge, in exploring, in potentially physical prototyping, and all the work that is created by the students in their education.
The discussion to a conclusion. I mean, the project has had many lives. I think very different kind of radical propositions, from extreme alphabet modularity to this kind of ribbon structure now, and some others. For me, I think that one of the values of it is to kind of see those differences as actually being meaningful. Like, how do they operate differently? I think one of the issues in presentations like this is that at some moment the strife that happens through iteration doesn't necessarily come across, and sometimes people think that it's a very streamlined process from A to Z. And I think in terms of the documentation of a book, I think it's quite important for you guys to actually start to be self-critical about those differences. The thing that maybe was the most compelling to me is the way that you actually thought about access to knowledge, DPL, virtual kind of ways of thinking about things. What came to mind very clearly, particularly with the AA, was the issue of the archive. that didn't kind of sit at the foreground of the project, but while listening to you, and some of the imagery, I think, for me was quite interesting. In a moment where we can basically use AI to kind of almost virtually map and bring back different forms of history in a maybe more non-linear way, aside from just basically scaling up lecturers or thinking about the school as a kind of database. If you think about what education would potentially mean, could we have Cedric Price actually be speaking to you by, in the same way, kind of looking at the archive and animating it in an environment where education is actually problematized in radical different ways? I mean, to suggest, I think, a future about the school is probably less about physical, remote, and all of these things, but it's more about how we sort of work on it. So I think the AA is less about sight, and it's more about the manifest type of conversations that we have within a creative arena when we're trying to realize ideas, prototype them, and actually work in novel ways to test some of our assumptions. And I think that that would be very important to try to foreground more. I think the project is much more scenario than it is about component design. And I do think that you chose the AA for the right reasons, but it's being communicated as sight. And I don't think it's about sight, it's about the context relationships of education and how we work on problems, at least in my estimation. But I would push the technologies to be less about kind of having this minority report or Tron future, where somehow I'm swamped into a gamification world or Second Life world, and more about the discussions really around about how we actually really communicate and work on things. I think even your own experience through the last year, I think gives you guys a very, very specific kind of way of thinking about this that I think is radically different from previous generations. I'm not sure that came across today, but I do hope, like at least in your documentation and the way that you express your project, that you don't shy away from those kind of challenges, because I think those are the things that we're going to hopefully build on and kind of push forward. But I think the conversation has been good, and I think that there's going to be a lot more. I'm mindful of time as we started late, so if it's okay, we can kind of continue the conversation with the next project from Patrick and Pierre's studio, if that's all right with everyone. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Team Cyberfield from Studio Schumacher. We are Jia Hui, Jie Ping, Sitong, and myself, Gizem. During the pandemic, we live in a reality that, recently, we called science fiction. Virtual spaces have gradually increased their popularity as they allow many possibilities for communication, while citizens were physically isolated. A combination of physical and virtual environment will be dominant framework for the future office scenarios, where communication, interaction, and collaboration between companies and clients will happen in both ways. Cyberfield aims to take advantage of uniqueness of both reality and virtuality, so that the new framework can utilize their strength and create more efficient and productive office environment. With its flexible and customizable aspects, cyberspace offers more than time-saving solution in work life. Many new technological equipment such as Google and VR glasses, holograms, 360 projections, and many of them have started to become part of our lives to reach the desired virtual environments. Cyberspace is providing personalized and customized tools for environment and avatars, but more than that, these places are communication and information-rich environments. Briefly, interactions are the milestone for our project. Metaverse is unfolding and evolving day by day. However, privacy issues are one of the biggest concerns of users. Therefore, to ensure privacy, the social field concept of our project will not only allow participants to determine the level of information displayed to others, but also set the rules for different virtuality. Any hybrid virtual scheme needs spatial support. In order to provide desired privacy levels, we investigate well-known semiological patterns of traffic lines and colors we will mention in details within the project. Side background. Our physical incubator will be located in Queens. Queens is the largest and diverse of 5 boroughs of New York City. Queens has a large and stable market for industrial space. with less available than in the office market and a smaller development pipeline. Current mixed usage conditions are a result of over-century of public and private sectors' effort to create commercial development, maintain manufacturing and building housing in a central location. Long Island City can be called an industrial business zone, and it's taken investment by well-known firms like Amazon.
So here we are showing the concept of interactive point and level, which will generate the whole physical and virtual gradient system. So basically, cyber system is generated by the interactive point. So the relationship between virtual world and the physical world is highly affecting the generation of the entire incubator. So you could see start with the interaction point as the center and gradually change from the highest level of interaction to the lowest level. Different color means different relationship of the cyber interaction. The far away from the interaction point, the less demands of attributes of cyber interaction. So from the agent simulation, we could see that agent's interaction level between two worlds depends on different location of the interaction point as well as different roles. So we can see that when they are walking through the system, the level of interaction are keep changing according to the location of the points. And at the same time, we believe that space with different cyber level will have different space forming methods. The forming of the space is regular and changes with the distance between the space and the interactive point. So based on this, we suggest using a regular particle system to organize the space of the incubator. So with the help of magnetic field system, we can create a graduate forming which makes the entire incubator forming closely related to the interaction point and also the cyber. And here you could see how this system works. And different interactive level will actually having different space forming methods. From the linear space to the arc shape to the vertical area, we are trying to create different kinds of ways to forming space. And here we are showing a gradient system diagram. So for instance, the area located in the high level will be generated by more facilities that support the users to have interaction with both worlds. And you could see in the lower level interaction area, such as private working area, the numbers of interacted facilities will decrease, and also the way they're grouping together will change.
And next, we are talking about the virtual logic. So the social bubble is a conceptual inspiration for our cyber incubator, which is adaptable and flexible. It is the 3D merging principle will support our physical and virtual social logic. And according to the private level, we create different status of social field. Red means the positive and the blue means the negative. So when people willing to interact with others, it will become the positive. And it's a real-time and flexible. When two positive field meet, they will merge and the users can communicate at the same time. Negative field refuse social will not merge when the two bubble overlap. The real world is a stable place while the virtual world is constantly changing and the space can be folded. So we did the test to express different degree of the spatial fluctuation. And this red point is the interaction point, which is the only stable place and the same position between virtual and the physical. And they connect the two different worlds like an anchor. And we have 4 kinds of virtual type. The cyber level is from low to high. And level 1 is hybrid reality, most low level of the virtual. We use the digital twin. And the second level is using plug-in system as the expand version. And the highest level is hybrid, which is almost abstract and freedom. In this part, the virtual space is formed by a bubble system and influenced by users. Next. When users want to have a meeting, they can create a new group field. It will be embedded in our program as a plug-in system. Next. The highest level is a dynamic virtual space, reformed the part of the building by the bubble system. It's created and influenced by the users. Next. And this shows the virtual avatars interface. Left side, we have the small map and site information. So users can know the current number of the users and ongoing activities information. And the right side, we show the user's information and status and the menu. Next. And here show how to create a new meeting group field, and you can choose the function, change the background, transparency, status, and size. Next. And this video show avatar starts from the low level. When users get closer, the bubble field in air will show more information, and they can click and join the field. And also, we can check the others' avatars' personal information when they meet. And now, going to the highest of the level. When they enter this space, the environment will become more abstract and avatar can have more freedom. And on the bubble distance is also higher. Finally, it's the interaction point. They can use the menu or invite share with the others. And once avatar enters a meeting field, he can invite his friend to join by link or share the location. And also, if they wanted to discuss about their projection, in the virtual world, they can directly enter the project mode to have an experience. And next, we are talking about the cyberspace. As we said before, there are 4 types of cyber interaction level: hybrid reality, abstract reality, and hybrid cyberspace, and hybrid virtual. Next. We also use different media device to support different cyber level. Next. And now it's showing the low level. We just use the screen and some projection. Next. This is showing the sunken area. And medium level will also add some projection. Next. And about the high level. Yeah, we're trying to use dynamic media to achieve the real-time interaction. And the light boundary from the ceiling show user status, positive or negative. On the ground, we use the light to form changeable wall to become windows of the virtual. And also we use fog to show virtual users hologram to achieve the highest level of interaction. Next. And this video shows 3 things. When people get closer to the boundary, light will turn on to show the entrance information, which we will speak later. And sunken system will sink deeper to include more people. And also the high level is a very changeable place with a lot of light and hologram. Yeah. And this is show how users can go into an empty room in the physical to attend the virtual meeting. Next. So at the same time, we do some digital prototype, import the project into our mobile terminal to interact as a remote user. Also, we use AR to project our plug-in bubble in the real room. It can also scan the environment and detect the surface. So when you tag the surface, you can place the bubble and create a new meeting. Next. This is our courtyard AR. User can have an interaction with the virtual avatar to scale it or rotate it. Also, we use the VR facility in school's media room. We also bring the equipment here. And after the presentation, we will have a detailed introduction. Next. And this is a summary of the 4 different media methods to show the interaction. Yeah. Next.
And then we are going to the site analysis. Here we aim to show the land usage of surroundings. Residential and manufacturing functions are in the majority in Queens. From this image, it can be seen that our site is surrounded with mainly manufacturing buildings, but at the same time, residential areas are also located nearby. And our project site, which is located in western side of the Queens, is neighbor to Manhattan from waterfront sites. Cornell Tech is just across to the water side, and Queensboro Bridge is right next to our project sites. And here we are showing the surrounding factors of the site which will affect it or be our references when we're thinking about our design strategy. And also from the transport analysis, we could find some strong supports when we are thinking about, for example, the entrance or the roles of the users. And then we are going to our urban prototype experience. As we stated before, the interaction point and the cyber level are the cores for us to generate the whole system. And also we suggest to using magnetic field system to help us to present the gradient. So from this image, you can see when these 2 rules combine together, it can generate a basic data map of the system, which providing us a foundation to create the cyber interactive gradients. And then we are trying to using another algorithm to not only create a logic or gradient, but also helping us to forming our building shape, as well as our urban language. In this Silas algorithm, we aim to exploring potential possibilities for these long, narrow sites, and also creating the shape generated by several core. And according to the analysis of the flow of the people, so basically the flow is giving the field line ability to expand and bend force and leading to different outcomes. And yeah, so we put all these 9 prototypes options in our site to have a review and test. And we also set the rules when we are creating them. So firstly, they should be generated by multi-core or focus point. Secondly, they should have the possibility to set the magnetic field interior gradient inside them. So here are some of the results of the 3D printing model of the prototype. And then we optimized them a bit and got the new results of the latest version of prototypes. So you could see it is generated by several blocks connected with each other, and it is more comfortable when facing the urban language. And we also try to design an interior prototype to test the possibility of setting gradient concept from whirlpool to arc shape to linear when generating the space and see how will the slabs looks like. And we also did some renderings of this prototype system. So this is the actually the prototype interior system, the renderings. And next step is the urban strategy. So as we stated before, we pick one of the results of the simulations of the stylus algorithm to form the basic shape, and then consider about the concept of cyber. We also try to combine them with the basic data map of the cyber level and the results of the latest version of the prototype building, and then we could able to form a building which is actually generated by multi-core to support the idea of different cyber level. And here is the master plan of the building, and you could see several entrances for generally different users group will be created considering the curvature. And guest entrance will be closer to the residential area, while the most public entrance will be facing the river as well as the park. So with the aids of magnetic field generated before, the whirlpool in the field becomes the cyber core of the main building, allowing the highest level of virtual interaction happen there.
Here is the bird's-eye view of our general building from the northeast perspective with the cybertecture incubator on the north side. Generally, our incubator volume coordinates with the urban block, contacts with one small volume into the park, forming a rectangle shape. With the perspective from the urban factory area, our incubator keeps generally the same height with nearby buildings without destroying the high-rising skyline from Manhattan. Entrance facing the urban side will also be decided more welcome for residents. Another perspective from the East River showcases the volume and skyline with the incubator. The park will also contribute to leisure and virtual interaction activities. Here is our incubator in the morning sun rising. And here will be a video generally roaming through our incubator. The park is allowing extension from the incubator on the circulation as well as function level. Welcoming entrance will be created along with the landscape on both sides to allow diverse users flow through the site. Pavilions and virtual devices in the park will coordinate with the incubator to allow virtual interaction happening in the extension area. And the next will be the building system. Information system is designed to detect the ratio of virtual and physical users, their actions, status, information, and hobby to influence rotating or sunken system, the boundary, and social activities. As for one of the virtual projection systems, fog will be released according to the population of virtual users in the landscape park. The interaction virtual level will increase with more virtual projections. This image shows how virtual interaction happens in the park. The pavilion will project virtual users or hologram to boost up information exchange. For the cyber courtyard among the main building volume, hologram media is the main form of access for visitors to access virtual interaction. From low to high, more and more virtual geometry, including virtual users, will be projected into the courtyard to allow intertwined interaction. And here is a rendering diagram to show how the virtual physical level changes as the activities and users varies. Adaptive system and grouping methods. Here are several basic Tetris shapes which are widely used in the Tetris game wood joints. Wood joints as connection components are used in ancient architecture. Enlightened by this idea, we also explore diverse connection ways for the Tetris and achieve different combination relationship. This image shows how Tetris are connected and forming new space according to wood joint rules. Here are renders about single Tetris space and the result of wood joint combination. Their combination type should change according to the demand of users in diverse space. Another grouping method we used in our space is a rotating system. As the diagram shows, the circulation can change and redirect and regroup staff or users in a certain space. Here is the demo of how rotation slab works and becomes the connection bridge between two separated spaces. For the physical prototype of this system, we used a 3D print to build up a testing platform and select the most efficient shape as well as route for circulation. For the stairs on the rotation system, a reinforced structure will be created for support and rotate as a whole component. The sunken system is another method that we use to achieve multifunction. Different levels of slab will go up or down to meet the user's demand, and by shifting each slab, it's able to change the focus point for lecturer or audience. So Tetris, Wujon, and slabs introduced above becomes the foundation of our indoor system, and next I will show a quick demo of how we form our interior slabs. With the magnetic field generated in advance, the core of the magnetic becomes courtyard or aggregation area. Then Tetris along the magnetic lines will transform in connection with each other. In this way, we have all our interior space formed. Loop bridge with high digital twin function will reconnect different volumes again. Section goes through the whole indoor system. The interior slab render shows our indoor forming strategy. Vital functions like exhibition and co-working area are placed near the virtual core. Also is the core of magnetic field. The gradient features of magnetic field leaves physical focus function on the edge of the slabs. Screens and panels become soft wall to divide space boundary. Users can still flow through diverse functional space. The interior space has more functions such as rotation system and sunken system to coordinate with the large space and increase the spatial experience for overlapping. While up to the loop, virtual system becomes priority and connect users both from physical and remote users.
Our incubator has various potential users, therefore setting boundaries to create necessary privacy is crucial. Different types of boards are necessary elements to create virtual environments, as screen and projections. Light system is another semiological reflection of our social field concept. Transparency and colors are another information display method of the system. Light is also part of navigational system. According to the working type, lights are displaying are changing. For instance, individual works has dot and linear, co-working has dash and curvilinear line, while meeting has bold and purple style navigational light system. As boundary, the color of light is a method of give us information about the place limitation and usage. For instance, blue means place is empty and available. Green is exclusive for office workers. The yellow light indicates every user can join, while the red color is trying to attract people events happening around there. Furniture and its configurability is another significant part of our system. According to material type, its privacy level is changing public to word. Their sequence and material are also providing information about interaction status. The linear and light is for low interaction, while the dark and curvilinear version is used for the high level of interaction. Here we can see our set of singular and multiple furniture combinations. Info desk and bench, there are also a group of furniture that we use in our incubator interior organization. As last part of our building system, dynamic facade has a significant role on reflecting immersive virtual environments inside and outside. According to different virtuality, the facade pattern can vary. Levels of virtuality can be decreased or increased different levels, layers, options, and different projection levels thanks to pattern and alterations. With this image, we aim to show how this alteration is happening on facade. This animation illustrates the facade animation scenarios in terms of physical environment. Briefly, facade is a crucial part of our incubator system to support necessary cyber-physical environment. Since cyberspaces are communication environments, one of the main goals of the cyber field is combine dynamic physical elements that was trained interactions. We aim to categorize our zones according to our interactive cores as a virtual, increase the all small architecture and pattern are changing. Including virtuality into a physical world with technological devices by architectural element is an essential part of cyber field. Moreover, ground and ceiling lines are not only defining physical conditions, but also providing guidance to users to physical environment. Changing technological level according to different functions is one of the key points of the project, providing the desired virtuality level. In cyber field, we see the office environment as more than a place for work. We learn, teach, meet, and interact with the new hybrid virtual methods. This is one of the image of our incubator that's collectively showing the work environment. Physical and virtual user perspective. In the virtual version, we have social fields and semiological pattern to show interaction the status of the users. However, both in virtual and physical, we aim to create dynamic communication environments for different work scenarios. Therefore, physical elements are changing: walls, platforms, indoors lights, furniture, and material variety ensure the privacy condition in physical, while in virtual we are using color and patterns to create interaction status. At Cyberfield, we would like to thank you for listening us today. Special thanks to all of our tutor and Phase 1 helpers. Thank you.
And this is a very interesting. Oh, sorry, I think my camera's off here. I think this is a very interesting project because I think you combine a very strong analysis of kind of challenges and possibilities in kind of a cyber real hybrid with a tool which is probably also leading to some of the challenges of the implementation, this gradient between, let's say, a kind of defined environment with an identity that goes all the way to something which is almost the absence of any specific criterion, then becomes completely malleable and transformed. And I think it kind of shows the part of the challenge that designing for virtual spaces with it, which is the potential absence of constraints. And I think, I mean, what I really like about this project, that it kind of, particularly in the analysis, kind of shows the entire breadth of that seemingly also at times paradoxic relationship between virtual and real environments. And I think it's really a kind of very, very good and broad overview of the potential, but also of the challenges ahead when dealing with these environments. I think my criticism, and I have to say it's a really great and broad approach to this to this new domain. I think my criticism and implementation would be that I would almost want to turn this project upside down. I think what I find really interesting are the places that you place at the lower levels where you enter the building, where you have or where you create a physical identity for your hybrid environments. Whereas as you move up through the building and the spaces become less and less defined, and actually just, I think at the end of the day, it's merely transit spaces without specific characteristics. It's almost stuff that could happen in a basement in a black box, because it's kind of where the building turns into canvas for anything. And I think there's a bit of a contradiction there between having it so exposed to the urban environment, creating these kind of potentially big views, having a lot of kind of open elements in the facade and interaction with the outside in the space where you probably have the least demand for interaction with the real world. But I think what's really interesting about this project, I would like to congratulate you on that, is kind of showing the spectrum and the breadth of levels of definition that spaces can have in a hybrid environment. I think the real challenge is finding the sweet spot between a place or a space allowing enough freedom, as you say, for projecting activities into it, and the inherent danger of kind of losing identity, which is, I believe, a very important aspect in human interaction and communication, because every communication needs a reference system, and I think that's probably the ultimate challenge is to define it well enough to work for the purpose of communication. But very interesting project.
Nobody else speaks. If somebody come in, so it's very rewarding to see this and how far you pushed it. And I want to highlight a few things. So I think there's a lot of nice imagination about the virtual spaces of interaction, this idea of social spheres, of fusing fears and repelling fears, and of signaling degree of communication openness. And that could obviously also be differentiated to various friends, colleagues, insiders, and so on. So there's something, and then the attempt to is look at which equivalences of this can exist in the physical space. I like, in the end, you showed, that these worlds are, there are two perspectives of it: those who are present on site and interacting both with real people and with avatars, and how that same interaction scenario is experienced from the virtual perspective. You also developed the virtual interface to that. So I think that's an important tool for these kind of projects, to keep both perspectives alive and realize that both perspectives in fact do have constraints. In the physical world, you have more of a kinesthetic sense. You have very, very high bandwidths of interaction, and on the virtual world, you have additional layers compensating for that, overlays, graphic overlays, augmentation overlays, etc. I think that became, it wasn't enough time to clarify this aspect of the work, but I do think that what Neil said is also important. So I think there is an identity, and first of all, there are constraints, of course, social performance constraints, legibility, recognizability, navigability constraints in the virtual space. In particular, nearly the same problematic of maintaining legibility in the face of complexity, because you have the richness of information, rich of interaction possibilities, which you want simultaneously present, and how do you order and structure this spatially? That in this respect, these two worlds, in terms of performance criteria, are very, very similar. Of course, you don't have the same constraints of constructability and gravity and so on. But you have other constraints, as we know, polygon count constraints and density of feeds, etc. But I think the identity question is also important. And the thesis here was, and maybe it wasn't clear, that there is meant to be a strong identity continuity in terms of aesthetics, morphology, spatiality, as also an interaction, let's say, in the organization and semiology of the space between the physical end of the spectrum all the way to the virtual end of the spectrum, because these are virtual spaces of that institution. These are virtual space of this particular queen space, incubator, startup community, the way these, and you invite it into their space. So if that doesn't come through, it feels or seems unconstrained and arbitrary, then it's certainly worthy of criticism. But it's definitely the idea here that, and I agree with that we need always, there needs some kind of red thread, some kind of unity cross diversity within the various spaces which are presented, but also between between those experiences which are more grounded in the physical environment, and those where people come in remotely, that there is there's still a sense to be part of the same community, the same of interaction space. I think it's very important. I also like, by the way, just as far as that we started late with the urban conditions and space. I think the building is beautifully set. It's an interesting set of relations, and you started to address exterior spaces, that street space. I think is quite strong, and as well as the idea of the park space, the facade, trying to become so that idea of having urban spaces also being hybrid spaces of interaction. We just seen good glimpses of that, but that obviously is something which we didn't have an enormous amount of time to push through, but they're good glimpses.
If I can maybe go on those thoughts, Patrick. I mean, I think one of the thing that I really appreciated from the very beginning is that how you're trying to set up these interaction conditions before even setting any of the volume or any of the side relations. You can create the proximity conditions of how much you want to be embedded into the hybrid, or how much you want to be away. I think that touches on some of these very interesting concepts that we have been discussing, and I think that's what the thesis is trying to drive. So I found that early start very, very successful. As well, then I think, and jumping back to some of the physical building condition that Patrick just mentioned, I agree, it's formally very strong. It's intuitively very coherent in the way that it's emphasizing the morphology of circulation, the morphology of interaction. The part that I agree that it hints into that hybrid condition of the urban being able to perceive the virtual. I think that's a good start, and we didn't see that in the previous project, which I think that's a very good step forward. But I was wondering, I would have liked to see more that these start to become actual architectural languages, that how we have fixed windows in the physical world, we have windows into the virtual world that also start defining conditions where you really go and see what's happening inside, and then decide if you want to jump into that scenario, explore that virtual world. But that sort of relation of an interrelated condition between virtual and physical of what the architecture is doing, I think is maybe the next step to see how we are evolving already the language of architecture with these new conditions of not only windows, ceilings, but it's not only putting screens, right? And I think, and then my critique comes when I see that on some of your interior views, right? That it reads a lot like just a large open space with a lot of free-flowing ribbon screens. And I think that's, again, the part that I think is still sort of not tying in with what such strong architectural moves you're providing on the exterior, that then the interior interaction becomes just this sort of more like furniture ribbon screens that I think lack that presence, and again lack that sort of architectural definition of how we can keep moving on. But overall, I think it's quite I think all of the challenge have been taken one step forward in this project, and I really acknowledge and appreciate the effort of tying circulation with geometrical expression, this transformation of the windows into screens. I think it's all hinting in the right direction, but I would like to see them more becoming architectural features rather than just transformative screens. Yeah. So no, but thank you very much. It was very, very good to see. Yeah.
Patrick, very exciting to see this new mobility as a smart access platform. I have so many questions, I guess, and the students, it's such a remarkable project that it's really interesting to see how mobility will become the new connection between people and how architectural space, and of course, the location in New York becomes part of a kind of a intellectual capital, which gives you a kind of intelligent placemaking. And I love the idea that, the students presented this low res, high res kind of location, which means that, I could choose as a user, and I think it's a subscription type model where I can choose to be either low res or high res and build my assets in my own space and then access information that's required or I will use. I'm just wondering, I guess one of the challenges with this type of project in the future is going to be, if you think about that 85% of human population have some kind of mobile telephones that we actually connect to mobile telephones more than PCs, the question then is, of course, is low res, high res, how do we access that data, the information, considering that this type of world requires Unity, requires Unreal Engine or different type of tools, all which are coming together to create much more access points. And I think this is a very interesting kind of terminology, because if I remember 30 years ago, Wired magazine came up with, they realized that for people to start to understand this new technological shift, there had to be a new glossary of terms. So they came up with this special edition, which was called the Wired Glossary of Terms. So we could actually start to understand what is a tera, what is a yara, and so forth, what are bits. And these kind of dialogues started to open up a new language. I think we're at the forefront now of this new world where we are starting to articulate new isms, new language, new types of understanding, logic, to try to understand this new spatial production. I really love the way the students are putting together the physical and the virtual as a kind of a hybrid, because at one hand, it locates you, and on top of that, you got this metaverse that enables you to access this new potential excavation of ideas. So I think we're at the forefront of something quite magic. I think what you're doing is quite fruitful in terms of what its ambitions are. It's a very high scale type of endeavor, which I'm not sure what you're doing in Liberland, but I saw some of the Kenny Schachter space. I thought it was very advanced in its thinking, and the way we are kind of pioneering this new smart device metaverse is going to be really interesting because, as I said before, this new language will have to somehow merge with the devices we have available to us right now and explore how the technology and our experimentation and research kind of blend together to bring this hybrid universe together.
I also think as a design, and as an aesthetic language, the output and the outcome that you have to the project is very well put together and designed and organized. There were a couple of other things on top of that I just want to mention. One was that in terms of the things that you've done for the project, it comes across to me that you looked into so many different and diverse things, but at the same time, a slightly, let's say, different approach could have been that you maybe take some of these things that you have looked into and get much more into depth into them and try to get into more research mode about each one. So, for example, this social bubble instance where you approach somebody and then you merge with his bubble and you start having all of this information about yourself appearing and about them and all of that. There's a lot of richness to that idea that you could have extracted. I mean, there's references as well. For some reason, I kept thinking the Blair building that was done 30 years ago, which had a slightly similar logic to it, which, however, obviously formally was very different. So what I'm trying to say with that is that you could have paused at some times and actually try to get much more meat out of each of these things that you looked into. And then the other is mostly about the methodology. So what you've showed towards the end is that you have a site and then you put these magnetic fields on it, and then you do all of these other series of operations, and then gradually you get into form of a building, which looks quite compelling. But at the same time, I was thinking, would it be kind of slightly different and more, let's say, different basically, if you actually try to approach the design through a first-person point of view where I'm wearing some virtual reality interface and I walk through space and I carve my own space out, and then somehow you try to evolve the design from the first-person perspective. So basically, or in other words, you've done all of these projects, you've done all of these steps, but somehow it seems that the actual virtual reality and you testing it with your colleagues and other people is missing. So the actual experiential part. And that could have also been used to design the project itself, is what I'm trying to get at. So rather than top down, start to approach it from bottom up and see, when I do wear these interfaces, what kind of movement in space do I make? And then, doing this over and over again could start to carve some trajectories, and these trajectories could become space, etc., etc. So for me, this could have been an alternative approach, but nevertheless, I think it's a lot of work and it's well done.
Just to very briefly, we did in fact start with interaction models without sight. Just with the generate brief, and a lot of studies of all these startup companies and examples which are out there for virtual conferencing, virtual meeting. There's many of them, so it did start there, and I think it was good that it was presented to some extent there. And then, of course, in the end, we halfway through the project, we introduced the urban siting, which I thought was also important, clearly, because it is meant to be a cyber urban incubator, and I believe truly that the interface is the city and not the cave at home. So, but I agree with you that each of these sub themes, I mean, that's the difficulty in a project like this, deserves a lot of in-depth study and elaboration. And if I was looking for, I mean, you know, what Neil said was actually very strong about inverting the hierarchy and making the upper areas more urban with terraces, and actually working on the facade also much more, and making in-depth studies there. I mean, there was some interesting views and vistas, but only of the building silhouette, not of the facade as invitation and event framing. So anyway, but the point is well taken. I think we should do that. And usually it's question of presentation time. We have to make these zooms in. We have to have in-depth studies of the interaction situations. That's very important. Sorry, there's some background noise.
Yeah, I guess, first of all, I congratulate the team for the great work. I think also in the last months, I've seen a lot of progress on the project. It's been developed in a really professional way, so thank you for that. I also like the fact that, you know, coming from the very complex brief, which is asking, you know, to design almost not only kind of two working or living environments, but also like trying to understand how you can connect them, trying to understand as well how you can drive people into physical space while, you know, the virtual is becoming more and more interesting, more and more, let's say, addressing the needs of working, living, communicating, social interaction, and so on and so forth. So, you know, how the physical can stay and can keep its importance is actually key, and is one of the questions that as architects I think we need to pose to ourselves. And I think you touched on that aspect in an interesting way, like using materiality, physicality, you know, such as fog, such as water, to create conditions, attractors, you know, potentially reasons to be there and reason to gather and socialize. Which are leading to the fact that senses are, you know, they need to be, they could be triggered in an interesting way. They can be tricked easily in the digital environment, like Zoom, you know, can show us visually what we are potentially, or a representation of us, but it doesn't give really like a kind of full-on perceptual kind of experience. You know, you don't have all the senses involved. While the physical space somehow instinctively at the higher level can give you that. And I think it's important to try to understand a bit better, you know, what kind of elements can actually support that aspect. So I think you touched on that, and I really appreciated the way you also represented it and the way you kind of managed to develop it in the last few weeks. So yeah, really congratulations. Thank you.
Maybe just to pick up on I think of a running theme in a lot of the things. I think you guys made a very conscious effort, as Patrick has suggested, to kind of open up a little bit the conversation with, you know, testing VR, AR, trying to understand the technologies, and I think that has been deployed in a meaningful way. I think the issues about an architecture like this, there are moments like your floor plates with these kind of metabold kind of transformations, the kinesthetic elements, which really start to speak about a sensibility that's very theatrical. I mean, I think the issues about the kind of experience on-site, remotely, you have, and I do agree with Patrick, very different audiences, and to try to kind of hone in on how those experiences are really somehow evolving into things that are less about, let's say, more novel or entertaining ways, and more in terms of scenarios that speak to, in this particular case, what contemporary work actually means. I think these are opportunities that you guys should try to problematize and suggest actually how that would be, because I think in almost all forms of traditional observation of theater, we have a very fixed viewer kind of observation. Things are very controlled. I think the messiness of actually having all of these agents moving around, simultaneously having both individual and collective experiences, and somehow mapping that across in, let's say, the suggestion of this being much more shared and somehow legible. I think these are territories and problems that don't necessarily have a one-to-one equation that somehow will sort of resolve themselves. So I like the spirit about how the team was working, because I think trying these things kind of gives you much more of an intuitive grasp. And I think that that sensibility is showcased in the diligence of the project. Neil's point, though, I interpret slightly different in terms of how spaces are actually activated and about the challenge of programming spaces. If we do have this capacity, it seems to me like the old world of labels of activities kind of goes out the door. And I think to kind of open up new territories where those kind of synergies can be maybe more real-time or, let's say, on demand in terms of what work demands, not individual demands, I think would start to suggest a very different kind of not only visual language of the ways people are performing, not only as observers, but as really active participants. I think that that's going to have to make a demand that you guys kind of qualify and quantify those interactions in a way that starts to make these kind of headquarter strategies maybe much more explicit and meaningful. I think the public is also something that's usually generalized in corporate language. Google's idea of the public is having like access like close to the headquarters instead of being a territory siphoned off. And I think that that actually deserves a kind of attention on your part in the documents to try to speak to what that actually really means. Is it really about experiencing a talk inside or something else, or can it be something radically very different? To leverage, I think, some of these kind of, you know, if this is in New York, public access to the waterfront is mandated, but beyond kind of legal mandates and zoning mandates, how can this be somehow structurally kind of opportunized through your work to kind of actually be more suggestive of ways that things can be exchanged, knowledge, not only, let's say, leisure and things like that. So overall, I think that there's a lot of readings in the project, and I think that there are a lot of opportunities to describe it in a more nonlinear way than, let's say, research and application. And I would just kind of encourage you to kind of complexify the document in a way that somehow gives legibility to that, because in a presentation, it's more conversational, but in a document that has to stand the test of time, it's very important to kind of gain some of these critical insights and to make that, I think, much more suggestive of possibilities. Otherwise, it seems like it's a very good design project with this is the status of the technologies that are being utilized in scenarios, and I think that your project is suggestive of more than that. So I would just kind of try to make that as legible as possible, and it in some ways gets instrumentalized in the ways that the project is received with the next generations of development. But thank you.
Hello everyone, we are the Earth team from Seal Studio, and our theme is Symbioscape. And our team members are Xiaomeng, Jiadong, Lekai, and Xirong. Symbioscape is a bio-based design project that aims to terraform the Earth with the concept of symbiotic growth and agent-based strategy in the context of the post-Anthropocene. The first part comes to our background. Earth is an element of beginnings and endings, death and rebirth, as life comes from the ground and then decomposes back into the Earth after death. Earth is an element of stability, groundedness, fertility, materiality, potential, and stillness. Thanks to the variety of rocks and minerals contained in the Earth's surface, it provides the soil to grow the vegetation that supports the reproduction and survival of life. Earth sustains life. Earth enables The Earth today has already entered into the stage of the Anthropocene, in which human activities have altered the atmospheric, geologic, biospheric, and other ecosystem processes, resulting in a flattening of the Earth's environment, such as land pollution, deforestation, oil spill, desertification, and many other land issues. However, more human footprints on the Earth constitutes an era of the post-Anthropocene, a period where it is technology and artificial intelligence that now computes, conditions, and constructs our world. We are near a new period of machine landscape. The most significant spaces in the world are now nearly empty of people, but a place filled with autonomous natives. How do we prepare for the post-Anthropocene, and where do we go after we find the definition of this new condition? The countryside is the answer. Just as Kuh has said, the countryside is now the site where the most radical, modern components of our civilization are taking place. Due to the low electricity price, natural power, local policy support, the countryside has already participated in the globalization of the world's industry. The architecture here is radical, a modernity without people. The scale of the countryside is abnormal, and its huge scale, different from the city, makes the new sublime. Architecture here is no longer a machine for living in, but an extension of human life as a new kind of infrastructure. So we may ask a question: what if architecture could self-structure, grow, evolve, and symbiosis with the Earth? And what if we could grow our own homes, just like the growth house, to realize a self-sufficient dwelling? The law of conservation of mass could be the answer, that nothing is lost, nothing created, and everything is transformed. To take it further, the energy transformation could be related to symbiosis, a long-term biological interaction between two different biological organisms. For example, there is a life cycle exists between the mycelium and ants. Ants bringing food from the outside world to feed mycelium, allowing it to grow in the soil as a parasite. The dead bodies of the mycelium becomes food for the ants, thus forming a set of symbiotic relationships. Then we look into nature to clarify our growth strategy. A hybrid strategy of using a combination of two biological behaviors has come out for growing and terraforming within nature. In this ecosystem, Earth is not only reshaped and restored as a raw material, but the microclimate is also created. The anthill is the first strategy which has a certain structure. The behavior of ants to move Earth inspires how we can build a porous structure. The mycelium is a strategy to support natural growth and soil sustainability, for they have a powerful binding and restoring effect and are an organism part of the soil environment. So we are committed to build a biofactory, a living architecture based on the growing systems. Starting from the redistribution of the on-site material based on the behavior of ants and real-time soil data, it will finally generate the porous scaffold structure as a host environment for mycelium growth that could evolve over time, and ultimately constructing a self-circulating ecosystem that could be symbiotic with the Earth. And the next part is a data center controlling system. The process follows by global position, soil data recognition, data mapping, and terrain pixelization. We synthesize the 6 geoinformation maps to identify the most suitable sites, mainly from a soil condition, geological, and social perspective. In summary, we shortlist a site around the world which basically meet land problems like desertification and soil degradation, but have right climate conditions for setting up a biofactory. Through the land information database, it is possible to analyze and extract relevant information on soil quality, such as soil moisture, soil type, and surface temperature. Then the system problematic the 4 scenarios from the 6 sites by quantifying the terrain, soil type, average relative humidity, average summer temperature, and daylight hours. The 4 scenario satellite images by the Landsat 8 are converted into ArcGIS to analyze land surface temperature and soil moisture index, which are the 2 key points to evaluate the soil condition. It could determine the lowest and the highest data of land surface temperature and soil moisture index, then determine the target point to launch our machines. By multi-layer of soil moisture index and land surface temperature, the system got a data map for terraforming. The blue point is the place where soil moisture is high, so the soil is easier to dig and the terraforming possibility is high. And the red point is the least terraforming possibility. And here are the whole process of analyzing and data mapping. And finally, it got the full exact location and data map. Following with the space occupation, the first step of the terraforming system. And the next part is terraforming system, which is to construct.
The part is about generating the scaffold system and evaluation. The aim of this system is to create a self-renewable scaffolding with the concept of living architecture, which can create the microclimate for biofactory that provides the mycelium growth conditions. It's based on the principle of agent-space strategy and hybrid system. And colony is a good reference for creating microclimate and provide the conditions for mycelium. Combining previous research materials, 4 basic behaviors of ant colony has been summarized from experiment. Initially, we built the system based ant colony behavior. The ant moves randomly around the site and can move along the surface of the object. Second rule is to pick up the material. The agents calculate the probability of picking up the material. According to the compactness of the surrounding soil, the less material around the soft and easier to dig, the higher the probability of picking up the material. Third is dropping rules. Ants will drop material to the latest surrounding soil deposited by other agents. The system is established, but no porous structures can be built. So we add more specific rules to optimize using voxel-based neighbor rule. The porosity of the structures is ensured by controlling the number of neighbors. This is terraforming ground structures above ground part, which is additive strategy. And is underground part that is subtractive strategy. So the system was applied to a specific scenario. The site is voxel land, which is transformed into a material field. So now we got the terraforming system, which is additive and subtractive. And the next 2 parts shows the iterations development of the system, and will be explained in more detail later. We research on-site materials. There are 2 main types of underground materials, clay and sand. The excavation part of our machine is mainly maintained in the space of about 20 meters below ground. And the system follows the recycling of earth on-site materials agents use the materials they dig to build structures above ground. It's more like the earth moving. And it has been divided the entire production process into 4 parts: a farm and cultivation room in the underground part, and factory and warehouse in the above ground part. So this shows the water requirements for the 4 spaces. The farm used for cultivation mycelium requires the most water, with the water requirements decreasing in order as production process progresses. We have arranged these 4 spaces from underground to above ground to make the most of the moisture on the underground space. According to the process of mycelium, the system defines 6 specific functions and organizes them together in relative space. So we can see how these different function space generated. The chimney, the factory, the cultivation room, and the other farm. So we got some function mapping and material density, and smooth it to achieve the real-world reterraforming land structures. There are tons of iterations of the process to optimize the space by controlling the parameters, porosity, and material efficiency. The models are selected by comparing the results of simulation of airflow in the structures. And there are some perspective and master plan of the terraforming landscape. So the microclimate is formed by exact structures as ventilation shaft to maintain natural ventilation. The chimney that build above ground for ventilation and fungi combos that are suitable for mycelium growth. And this part is about the evaluation of scaffolding. The porous structures is tested by airflow iteration to obtain the optimal solutions. Like the first one has the disordered fast airflow, and the second one has the single inlet and that doesn't form a complete airflow cycle. So the result is porous structures consisting of several littoral chimneys and main central chimney. The principle is similar to that of a termite mound, which use the difference in temperature between the interior and exterior to create a flow of air, to obtain the fresh air and humidity, and to maintain a constant temperature inside. Meanwhile, these structures can be adapted to different external environment. And when the external environment is not suitable for induced airflow, it can be temporarily closed by the machine to form a stable microclimate with interior airflow. The high surface area of the internal porous structures allows for good adhesion to the moisture in the air circulation, which is the purple part of the diagram, and providing an environment for the mycelium growth.
And the next part is the adaptive system, which could constantly react to the dynamic environment and terraforming the Earth. And it will finally be adapted to different conditions and create a microclimate to meet the growing condition of mycelium. As we can see, mycelium growth needs exact light, humid, and temperature condition, and the porosity of the structure varies according to these environmental parameters. The scaffolding changes dynamically according to its surroundings to create a suitable microclimate. And the dynamic of the structure are influenced by environmental factors such as temperature, light, precipitation, and etc. Increasing the temperature makes the pores larger and facilitates ventilation. Increasing the rain makes the pores smaller and prevents the flooding. Increase the light also leads to a reduction in porosity and avoids the light exposure. And the application of the system in 4 different scenarios will get 4 structures with completely different porosity. In order to better play the building intelligence, passive cooling or heating up will be achieved. Then apply the parameters to the 4 scenarios. Firstly, the system could operate under the condition of desertification. Due to the environment condition, the sunlight is too strong and the temperature difference between day and night is large, so it should be flat enough and have enough dense porosity to block sunlight and maintain heat for the mycelium to grow. And the second is grassland. The humid and temperature here are suitable, so the porosity is very average and the structure is relatively gentle. And then it comes to the condition of the deforestation. The relative humidity is high, but the average temperature is very low, so the porosity will be as small as possible to save heat and keep humid. And finally, it comes to the wetland. The relative humidity of the wetland is high and the slope is gentle, so the porosity of the resulting structure is relatively large. Also, it's a time-based system that ultimately grows the above and underground structure, thus terraforming the Earth to realize a biofactory.
Next, we move on to the physical production of the prototype model. Our aim is to achieve porous structure by means of material deposits. In this experiment, the hand is our machine in the digital world, extracting and extruding of clay by means of a syringe to complete the excavation and construction of the landscape. We use 2 types of materials and 2 different ways to deposit them. As for clay, we started using kuka for every single unit of clay deposition. The basic logic of the kuka is mainly to extrude around the surface of the cube to complete a volume of clay. After completing the first layer, put on the sand in the areas where the holes needed to be created and let the clay extrude over the sand. Then we can make a basic porous. We intercepted sections of scaffolding for physical testing, focusing on showing how the pipes are organized and interact with the environment. The interior of the scaffold has a main central pipe that introduces the air, which is then connected by several small pipe structures. As air flows in from the mains, the gas follows the small pipes of the underground structure and is deposited at the turnings. We found that the porous structure has the ability to retain moisture as it enters the pipe circulation and adheres to the soil. The inside of the structure can maintain a normal temperature, while the condensation caused by the difference in temperature between the inside and outside allows the structure to better trap water vapor. The second material deposition is about sand. It can be achieved using a chemical reaction between 2 materials and that presents how sand scaffold could be formed. This is also done by using 2 injections of needles to spray the material at the same time. After that, we use another way of spraying glue to solidify sand. The central part of the scaffold structure was also intercepted, and the material was deposited by both liquid spray and planned passes. When the unsolidified sand is removed, the porous structure is clearly shown. The sand model has 2 pipes that serve as air entry ports and flow out with the complex porous structure underground. The physical simulation clearly shows how the gas flows down and out of the pipe, thus demonstrating that the structure is flowable and retains humidity. From this evaluation, we found that porous structure have good air circulation as in sand. The results of the light experiment on sand are in general agreement with the soil structure. Based on this, we machinery print both materials and fuse them on a huge section model, resulting in a model that more close to the realistic geological environment. The part of the model near the ground is made of clay, which is good for maintaining moderation and growing mushrooms, and the upper part of the model is made of sand, thus forming a porous scaffolding structure.
And the next part is the machine prototype. There are 7 separate behaviors for machine, mainly divided into the building part of the scaffold system and the cultivation of the mycelium. Based on 7 behaviors and different on-site material, with the concept of assembly, we can separate them to 4 types of machine: digging machine and soil and sand extruder, mycelium cultivator. So the structure of the machine is divided into 3 main parts based on its behavior. In the center is the sensors and motor part, and the other motivation and excavation part are on 2 sides. Each machine has sensors for detecting the on-site material data. And the wheel of machine is constituted with the soft body and the rigid body, which allows wheel can be transformed from octagonal to rectangle, and occurs the ability of scaling. The machine can fastly move with octagonal wheel, and when it encounters slopes, it can reduce the diameter of the wheel and climb by the outer hexagonal part. The digging machine consists of several hexagons which rotate at different angles. During the ongoing rotating, the hexagon is possible to prevent the saw falling off. In digging behavior, the machine first reduces the diameter of the wheel to bring the digging part into the contact with the soil, and then the 2 parts rotate in opposite direction to dig the soil. Once the digging machine starts rotating counterclockwise, it can deposit the on-site material. As for the soil extruder, the gate is allowed to rotate to let soil pour in, and it can use the hydraulic rod to compress the container and extrude the soil. And in the sand extruder, its sand container and bender container are formed by 2 triangular structures respectively. It can be printed layer by layer through rotating of deposition part to mix sand and glue to form structures. As for the cultivator, it can harvest mycelium and mushroom in the same time for digging the topsoil which contains mycelium. Meanwhile, the interior filter net can separate these 2 products for the later mycelium factory. As for synergy, machines cooperate with each other to provide temporary support and deposit the excavated soil during construction. When the machine changes from octagon to rectangle, they can be stacked on top of each other as temporary support for deposition parts that need to be hollowed out. And this is the entire collective behavior of excavating and depositing, and its main concept is using the on-site material. And the next is the scanning system. Each machine scans the site individually and detects obstacles and recognize soil type like clay and sand and moisture, then upload the data to the central network. The machine passes pheromone to each other through stigma to obtain the shortest path toward the target. And so, like this system will calculate this shortest path from the initial point to the target. So the group behavior in which machine detect each other's position to prevent collisions conflicts. And the system, and the next is the pathfinding system. Pathfinding in swarming behavior, where robots calculate the most efficient path to a target point based on these obstacles. And this is And this is a large-scale simulation from the machine-to-machine interaction to harvest water for mycelium. And this is a sim system for mycelium harvesting. Although the mycelium grows in cluster and the specific growth place of them are random, the units can also optimally find and capture them. The system simulates how the medium finds its way in three-dimensional space to the target point. When multiple media are moving around the site, pathfinding also takes into account collisions between groups and the path calculation is changed. And this is a simulation of the movement of machine inside the real reterraforming structure.
So let's turn to the last part of symbiosis with nature. From the growth cycle of the mycelium, we can see that the three important roles of the mycelium are its land restoration capacity, its binding capacity, and its important function as a production material. There was an experiment that showed that mycelium has the ability to break down pollutants. 16 weeks after the mycelium was planted, plants and mushrooms grow in the soil and their toxicity was significantly reduced, resulting in a symbiotic land restoration with the earth. In the case of mycelium biobricks, for example, they have a greater ability to integrate than other earthy materials. We use some of the mycelium for real products, such as biobricks and biopanels, which are widely used in the construction and packaging. Then we harvest the mature mushroom for food production. For our living labs, we use the same approach as the production of biobricks. A mold is used to fix the shape, and then a mycelium liquid is injected to combine the individual parts, which are then allowed to grow and become a living product. Taking advantage of the diffuse growth of mycelium, the individual parts can be combined together by the mycelium into a single unit over time grow mushrooms that blend into the environment. Here are our physical experiments on mycelium. We conduct our experiment with two types of mycelium. Under the condition of 0.1 mycelium spawn and mixture soil, it could be seen that it grows at a high rate. It could be seen from the results that the growth rate of pink oyster tends to be high under higher humidity and dark light condition. Based on the result we got, we chose another one to inject on the surface of our clay printing model. We spray water on the model to meet the growth humidity, then inject the liquid mycelium at target points. After the injection, the mycelium needs at least 10 days to grow. A few days later, mycelium and even mushrooms successfully grow in the clay model. Then we used the growth sample as a case to assess its yield. About 1 kilogram of soil was able to yield around 700 grams of mycelium with soil and around 300 grams of mushrooms. This allows us to access the production yield of a scaffold structure. Here is the section on digital simulation. First, we simulated the growth of mycelium in space, evaluating the growth parameters of mycelium, which are the lifespan, environmental magnitude, frequency, and decoration, to get the hybrid result of mycelium growing pattern. The next is about our robotic cultivation system. The growth of the mycelium is always detected and monitored by our machines. We have selected 6 mushrooms suitable for growing in underground environments and planted them. The first step is to use the machine to select the right location for the mycelium to grow. The digital data center will analyze the underground farm structure of the scaffold to determine the location of suitable mycelium growth. Then the machine monitors soil conditions, including temperature and moisture contains at different locations on the underground farm using sensors. The data from all the machines is passed to the digital data center for the integration so that the planting area for each species of mycelium is clearly showed, resulting in a complete mycelium planting plan pattern. The robot moves to the appropriate location to drop the different types of mycelium seeds, with the different types of seeds corresponding to slightly different internal environments. The cultivation system begins the second step of monitor activities. As the mycelium grows, the machine, as you can see, the growing process is monitored. Different species of mycelium can be accurately detected. The mycelium starts from the ground floor farm and spreads in all directions until it reaches the upper areas and even the external scaffolding structures. The third part of the system deals with the monitoring and harvesting of mushroom growth. The growth of mushroom is also monitored. As the mycelium mature, different species of mushroom grow out in set positions and wait to be harvested by the machine. It's the farm part of the porous structure, and as you can see, due to the moist underground environment, mycelium is spread throughout the structure, and different species of mushrooms grow out in the designated growth areas. Sorry, we missed a mistake. Yeah.
Yes, that's the
final
video.
So just play the video by itself and we can start it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, maybe it's too large. It's the farm part of the porous structure, and as you can see, due to the moist underground environment, mycelium is spread throughout the structure, and different species of mushrooms grow out in the designated growth areas. Finally, we will conclude with a summary of the whole system's later symbiosis with nature. The machine is in constant motion in the soil environment, exfoliating and moving soil while the robot inside analyzes and detects the underground structure. During the movement, all the soil data obtained by the machines is uploaded to a digital data center, where the internal environmental data is processed centrally. On the basis of this, our system will establish a regional planting strategy and plant mycelium seeds in specific locations and species. This is followed by the monitoring of the growth of the mycelium by the machine to ensure a consistent growing environment until the different species of mushrooms growing out of the internal environment of the soil under the monitoring of the machine. The machine will use its vision system to determine which mushrooms are ready to be harvested, and then the machine will harvest them along with the soil and screening them for the finished product. Eventually, all the products will be transported upwards through the machine, harvested from the biofarm, and then transported to the surrounding city. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's put it here. So, do I need to stop it?
Are we having discussion now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I need to
Stop sharing.
stop sharing.
Stop sharing the screen.
Can I maybe ask something quickly? So you explained this a bit, but I was just wondering, so you grow the mycelium and then in the end you say you farm it and you use it and you, like in the nearby towns and cities. Is there another purpose for it as well? Because I think you touched upon that it actually purifies the soil as well, from what I understand. And what other things is it supposed to do, apart from farming and the soil purification?
Use case scenarios, what is it doing? Outside of the production of mycelium, there's the desertification, and all of these other aspects. He's just asking what are the main points that your system is responding.
Yeah. Yeah, so not only this mycelium factory can obtain the concerned products like the panel for architecture or other cases, and it also can be a vendor for this kind of mycelium material, so that this material can be symbiotic growth in the whole system. And meanwhile, it also focuses on the land degradation with this mycelium growth in this land. We hope that can solve this problem. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I can also add some comments here. Thank you so much for inviting me today. And really, thank you so much for sharing this fantastic project. I think it was a very thorough presentation, and project has covered a lot of things very thoroughly, from background to establishment of research, evaluation, to proposal scenarios, material research, and machine prototype, and everything. I think that was really, really clear. I think there are two issues that I want to raise here. One is in terms of design and your proposal, and another one is about the effectiveness of the material, the machine and material process. So first part about the design, I think you kind of proposed that it's a mushroom factory, and I think that is a very interesting proposal. And the scale has been, I was kind of, when I was watching this presentation, I was wondering what is the scale and what is the program, and you kind of narrowed it down at the end, the last bit of your presentation. So it would have been quite helpful if we could know about the scale a little bit earlier in the presentation. But anyways, one thing that you might want to think about in the future is who are you benefiting by having your system in their city or in this location? And if you would like to get a grant or something, like who will pay or create revenues out of this? Like, what is the benefit of having this compared to any other mushroom factories? Of course, it's a very good a system for Earth, and it's much more sustainable and everything. But it's a very interesting proposal that is not human occupied building system. So I think you might want to also kind of think about who are you going to approach this, like who is really benefiting, or in terms of in terms of like either like revenue making or talking about with human existence. Another thing is about the pragmatic issues about the machine as material. As your system involves a lot of digging and adding, so I think the machine and the material experiments and exercise was really thorough and great, but most of your material studies were purely 3D printing or additive processes. And I wonder if you should have also tested out the subtraction processes of Earth, and which is a completely different processes. So I kind of thought these machine or material tests were not like a little bit missing to support your entire digging and adding process. And I was wondering, when you were studying or designing the digging machine, the modular agents, maybe you could have learned a little bit deeper about how ant is actually behaving in this kind of building processes. Otherwise, I think that was a very interesting project. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments. So I want to respond to 2 points. The first one is about the scale. In the digital world, like we initially set the 30 by 40 by 30, the Vauxhall land. Each cube is 2 by 2 by 2 meters. But when we do some iterations, it can be iterate 200 by 200 by 200. So we also use this scale of the cube. The site can be iterate to large scale, and the robot is just like the 1 meters about, so it can go through inside the porous structures, can seed mycelium, can harvest mycelium. The second point is about the who is the benefit from the system. So there is non-human landscape, non-human architectures, but it's relative to the human, because the system will benefit the earth, the ground, because we are terraforming the ground, so the ground can breathe, and it can achieve the architectural intelligence, which is passive cooling and heating, to create like the microclimate, or to reduce the temperature of the global temperature. So we also think the system is not just benefit some commercial stuff. It is all about the human activities, the earth itself. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment. And as for the second question, I want to say that our key point is non-human architecture. That is not only, I think we want to make a manifesto towards the architecture definition of architecture. That architecture nowadays is no longer a machine for living in, because we are in an age of the post-Anthropocene, which is artificial intelligence that now computes our world. So what we want to do is to construct a new rule in the world, and not only for human, but also for our entire ecosystem. And also, our scaffolding system, because it's a non-human architecture, but it will finally create some microclimate to affect the whole climate, just as the butterfly effect. So we think the key point is not how the architecture will benefit, but how we could define the architecture. Yeah, thank you.
So you're talking about mitigating climate change, right? So what's the mechanism here? Is that carbon sequestration? But I'm not sure if mushrooms are doing that.
Patrick, just to build on your comment and the prior comments, it's a very good question because we can't stop destructing our landscape today, right? And there's no financing, there's no funding behind it. There's no way of actually diminishing what's in process. So at the end of the day, we're pretty much killing off the planet, as we know. And there's no global support for it. So I value the thesis proposition here. I think it's fantastic. I'm just wondering, there's no way of even just reducing the rate at which we're sort of completely destroying the world we live in. So how do we reverse that issue? And so there's a very beneficial point here, which is being made, is that you have to entice someone to finance the project. It doesn't need to be commercial, but it needs to somehow move through a governmental system or process which is global to be able to realize the potential of all the research. So who's going to fund the research, I think, is a really poignant question. With regards to the Anthropocene and the post-Anthropocene, I find the scope of research fantastic. I do love the idea that the Earth can renew itself and potentially have climate can begin to re-evaluate the climate within itself. That's a terrific idea. The only thing I just want, as a designer, a pure designer, there is something strange that I kept coming up against in the presentation as it's, you can write the limits of the algorithm to actually produce something that is also, doesn't just look like another ant farm, but it's more nuanced. It has more design in it as such, So potentially by controlling the limitations and how you would sort of script this thing, it would reconfigure it up to kind of, or in a manner that we would love to see, kind of the potential of that, as opposed to seeing a section of another ant farm, right? So that's, I think, the relationship of optimization to design sensibility is something that I think has a lot of potential for your project moving forward. So just in conclusion, I think that you're going to run into the same problems we're in today, trying to finance your project, because no one wants to finance just the Earth. In general, there seems to be so much more at play currently that it's always secondary. Everyone talks about a big game, but no one is showing a big game, right?
Anyway,
so it's just a thought. Yeah.
If this was really a carbon sink, you you would get finance because there's a massive emerging carbon market with all these zero carbon proclamations made by all corporates or carbon neutrality. They have to purchase a lot of carbon sink capacity, which finances a lot of, for instance, mostly it's forests, and there's other ways of machinic filtering out of carbon. But I'm sure it's really the agenda here. I mean, you're generating mycelium, which is a product. That seems to be the route of financing. But it's curious. Actually, I find the design quite beautiful, and I think what Ali is calling for is more differentiation. But the paradox here is this is utterly irrelevant to the project. So it's very strange, particularly if you don't, who is going to be the connoisseur, or what's the, if aesthetic has a functional agenda, it's one of orientation, legibility, or things like that. Also, that is taken out. So I don't know if there's any role for your critique or demand the way the project is set up explicitly as something which is a pure generator of product or climate intervention without any human connoisseurship or occupation.
Patrick,
but the densification of the material.
Sure, but that's but it would be the
moisture. They spoke for 20 minutes.
You're making aesthetic
in the formation.
You're making aesthetic demands on the project, which is.
I'm not making aesthetic demands. But I'm suggesting by controlling the materiality, sort of when you do clay deposition, the clay can be of different material conditions. They can be harder, they can be softer. They don't need to be all at the same level of densification or water content with regards to materiality, right? So I'm just saying sort of a way of thinking about that would yield a very different thing at the end of the day. In any case, I mean,
Ali, Patrick, I want to come in on this. I mean, I'm listening to your conversation, Ali. You mentioned as a designer. I think this morning's conversation was very much about that, about opening up a discourse outside beyond the space of current architecture thinking or design thinking. And if you think about today, okay, so around 1.4 billion hectares of land is arid land, unfarmable. And if you think about then, of course, maybe 5 billion hectares of land is farmland that's utilized. Some of the biggest investments on the planet, like the Bill Gates Foundation, or Bill Gates is one of the biggest farm landowners in the United States. China investing in Africa, essentially for energy resources. If you think about the future of design and how we have to think as architects, and how we think about, Patrick spoke about, we talked about, metaverse this morning. A lot of the projects were coming out of that space. And we're thinking how this discourse is coming out of traditional architectural line of thinking and becoming much more collaborative with professional entities that, we talk about science, we're talking about digital processing, which has shifted over the last 20, 30 years to now say farming, which is one of the most relevant discussions we should have today because it's about primary supply of food source and sustainability of the planet. So for design to be relevant, we have to start to open up this discourse on a kind of what we call a micro level. We're talking about robotics. We're talking about, nanoparticle and understanding of the world as a biological living tissue and how architecture and design can contribute to that. And I think it's a very valid discussion to be had today. And I really must applaud this project because it's very unique in a sense that it probably causes some tension amongst the architecture fraternity to think about that there's no actual formal or spatial production. It's actually about thinking about another way of innovation where design has value in reinvigorating or repositioning itself within this landscape of sustainable architectural production. So farming for me and for everyone is a very, very important asset to be thought about. And if you think about, we talked about someone questioned about the return on investment.
where currently farming is, as a VC, venture capital in the United States, is one of the most prevalent investment opportunities, returning about 15% per annum. Now, I don't know too many stocks right now that are returning 15% per annum for an asset that's actually creating a positive return to the ecological sustainability of the planet. So I think that the idea of design, how do we as architects contribute to that, maybe is a very important question as to maybe how do architects contribute as collaborators in a much larger conversation with other, say, stakeholders in this space. That's really a ramble. It's not really a question.
I also think that, first of all, actually, before that, I have to say also that I think it's a super nice project, and you have done very, very nice work graphically and aesthetically as well. And in terms of the method and the process, I think it's very well put together, and I have to congratulate you on it. But I think, it does plug in again to the conversation this morning where basically I think the super strange paradox is that you're doing something there that is purely about function, because when people are not involved into this, there's no discussion about aesthetics basically, because people do not occupy this. Mycelium occupies this. Mycelium doesn't care about aesthetics, and it's all about actually making mycelium grow in an optimal way. And therefore, it's a purely functionalist type of project. But at the same time, it does look super nice as well. And in a way, I also think that the problem here is like going back to the discussion again before. To me, it's more about the conversation that it opens up as a project, rather than actually it being possible. I'm completely with you. I think if I was you, I would actually try to make this work. And now that you've finished the project, I would actually try to go somewhere in some landscape and 3D print these things and stick them in there, see if anything grows, and actually really try to implement it. But at the same time, I do think that in a way we're not sophisticated enough to be able to implement something like this, because I think your enemy in this process and in this project is actually the termite, who is infinitely much more sophisticated in actually building this from bottom up, creating optimized tunnels for ventilation, for mycelium to grow, and all of that. So if you can actually achieve this type of sophistication, I think that would be amazing. But I don't think this is so possible with the actual means that we have right now. At the same time, again, I mentioned this already. I think there are so many things that you can start to discuss about this project. I think even the idea of the non-human architecture is something you can do a PhD on easily, and there are so many things you can try to address in there. One thing that I found very interesting is that when you actually start to implement this in the landscape, you're saying that you're actually going to scan the landscape and then see where, which types of soil exist and all of that. I think you could take this one step further and actually start to think into the idea of the landscape and the soil being a three-dimensional entity, obviously, and looking into other means to scan it, like CT scans and processes like that are actually voxel-based. When you do CT scans, you're extracting a voxel representation of the human body or whatever you're scanning, and try to go more in depth into the soil composition. So effectively, you voxelize, you do a 3D scan of the soil, convert it into voxels. Each voxel represents a type of material, and therefore you have a much more three-dimensional understanding of the soil. And then you can start to intervene with your own excavation or addition process and play that game. And I think that could then, and that's why I was saying about the provocation and actually the larger conversations, then you can take this technique and this idea and start to think broader architecturally about this, about architecture being made out of voxels, about different consistencies of materiality, and how you can actually start to think of space like that. And I think that's where the actual value of the project lie. But other than that, I think again it's very well put together, very well explained. When you're showing the clay 3D printing, I was thinking these guys should have taken this and done some wind tunnel testing, and then immediately after that you show some type of wind tunnel testing, which I think is very good that you actually make these models and then you try to test them out and to see what they do. So again, I mean, like, very well done, congratulations. And I think, yeah, I mean, you should continue this work. You shouldn't leave it there.
If I could maybe follow up on some of these comments. I think first I want to credit the students, because I think there is a lot of design thinking that went into how to design this system. They have designed the machinic principle, you know, that it touches on a lot of very relevant topics like farming, obviously this using the materiality of the existing landscapes, different types of earth to create these soil conditions. But in a way, and I echo Patrick's comments, you guys are creating something so rich and beautiful that I think that system, it would have been so nice to see how then you can apply it not only to creating the motion below ground, but also up and down of the ground, and see how you can start to develop some potential occupation to this and how those two interact. Because if you take these images, they are gorgeous spaces that you are creating, right? So it's hard for us as architect designers not to want to be and live these spaces and see what else we could create, not only below ground, but also above ground. So I think, as Ali was saying, I think just as designers, I think you guys have done a lot of good design, you know? Yes, you're making more of a machinic experience and not for, in the thesis, not for the humans to explore, but I think there is a lot of potential in your system that you have designed to expand further and see what applications we could see above ground for creating this type of new ones in architecture. Yeah, so well done. I think there is a lot of good potential to keep on expanding the conversation of this. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe just to conclude the discussion before we move on. I mean, the conversation sometimes, at some moments, kind of highlights a lot of the paradoxical nature of where we are, I think, relative to the kind of architectural discussions. One could debate if aesthetics is the driving force to architectural discourse or human occupancy, and I think that these could be all kind of interesting conversations that we could have. I think the project, from my perspective, I'll be very heartfelt expressive, I think is quite outstanding. And I think the fact that it was done in a time when also a lot of things were put into crisis, and yet still found a creative way to work on these problems in terms of the use of simulation, in terms of actually, you know, expanding on certain forms of material contingencies that I think are very important to make a project like this credible. I think the aesthetics, the beauty, all of those kind of things are a byproduct of actually working in a very real way. So once again, I'm going to challenge certain language Kostas was bringing to the table, and also to challenge the issue about this idea of who's going to fund things. If we continue down the path of who's going to fund things in the way that the conversation has been had over the last 30 years, and I completely agree with Ali that actually we should just be sitting on the beach and just wait for the cataclysm to happen, and we could be dancing and enjoying life than trying to sustain it. But I find it very paradoxical in one sense, because at some point we will speak a lot about occupying Mars, we will entertain these kind of concepts as architectural problems, and yet when we talk about sustaining certain forms of life here, we become at some moment in time, at least in my opinion, fighting a conversation that in some sense starts to make it seem like we're quite conservative about the outlook. So on the one hand, I think there's a lot of spirit in the discussions. We're always looking for possibilities. We always try to speculate. But then we also try to always say that this isn't in the domain of architecture. There are other people doing this. I don't think anybody's doing this. I don't think that a lot of people are very serious about things. I agree with Ali in terms of his overall kind of view on things. I also agree with Tom. I mean, Tom puts on the table, you know, the States is trying to put all kinds of things into the economy to talk about green development and carbon offsetting and thinking about all of these things. we have urban impact of desertification and all of these other things, wasteland basically happening and encroaching on large investments. I don't think that these things are mutually exclusive to try to find a hybrid strategy to use these large kind of territories, which in some sense become also confrontational because of resources. So I really appreciated Yaodong's kind of response in terms of thinking about the breathability of earth and soil and all of these things, because these things give the affordance for different forms of thinking about development. I don't think in itself this is a piece of architecture in a traditional sense, but I do think as a piece of infrastructure, resource, energy, these kind of issues are directly impacting the way that we practice. So I feel like it's important that we have these conversations, but I feel like it's very important also that we don't normalize the conversations about human occupancy, aesthetics, and beauty as only being the legitimate kind of drivers for things. I don't think this is the domain of the scientist and an engineer in a pure sense. They don't have the communication capacity to express those things. I think we've not really engaged in some of this subject matter, and I think it's critical to do that, not for investment, but actually for really trying to propose something that works and really invites, I think, serious collaborative kind of models to emerge, because I don't think we're there. But I think it is kind of important to also evaluate the projects actually on the merits that there are. So I find a lot of the aspects beautiful. I also find some of the stuff dirty and ugly and all of these things, but it's a messy business, and that kind of exploration, I think, is really important to be done in a very transparent way. So it's not really a comment to the critiques, because I think they're all valid. It's just to try to say that the nature of the conversation, I think, has been brought to the table in a very serious way, because it's a very serious research. If they didn't go at it in a very hardcore way, we wouldn't be able to actually have the kinds of critiques that we're having there, which we all face. The same, though, critique, Ali, I would mention, could be said of every project of the DRL. Where the money is coming from, who's going to fund it, and for what purpose. And so I think that these are kinds of questions that we're always going to struggle with. So I'm happy to hear the discussion, but at the same time, I feel like we have to find ways to try to see where the possibilities, and also from all of your experiences, what opportunities there are for these students to see beyond, because I think that that's the next step. The danger of all of this kind of work is that somehow it's treated as a finality and not as a beginning. We have enough entrepreneurial, I think, demonstrations over the last 4 or 5 years of students moving into different domains, starting their own companies, doing different kinds of ideas of where design actually can impact the world. And that's not necessarily something that we author or we somehow shape, but it's guided more about the motivations of the students. So I think as the day goes on, we have one more today and tomorrow. I think it's so important, I think, just to also try to give a window for the students of what possibilities are out there, because I think they know that things don't look very good. We all do. But I do think that their optimism is something that we can all also learn from as well, from the academic side, from the research side, and definitely from the practice side. So I'm just putting that out there as an ending to this conversation, because I think the points are all valid. But I also feel like the conversation, at the end of the day, I wouldn't want it to be misrepresented, that there are certain aspects that could be discussed and certain aspects that are kind of missed opportunities because they are not human-centric in an explicit sense.
Thank you. Sorry,
Pierre, Philippe, go for it, please. And it'll be...
Thanks. It's more of a general remark. I really believe that it's kind of dangerous to consider the situation as something which is black or white, you know. I mean, either we save the world or we go towards a kind of cataclysmic scenario. It's not going to work like that, not at all, you know. I mean, first, I'm not cynical at all myself, but this is the cynicism of the market. Global warming is a problem for the poor. I mean, the rich have no problem with global warmings. I mean, during the summer, they just take a jet, a private jet, and they go in a place where it's much cooler. During the winter, they take the same private jet and they go in a place where it's much warmer. In a sense, I think we live in a situation where everything is much more complex than what we think. There's no way we can avoid what will happen. And it's not a cataclysmic scenario. It's just going to be about adaptation. Some people adapted to really extreme conditions for tens of thousands of years. People are living in the North Pole. People are living in Saudi Arabia, where, of course, it's extremely unhealthy. By unhealthy, it's definitely not the best condition you can imagine for spending your life. The climate conditions are extremely difficult, but still these people manage to survive, and they manage to develop culture. They manage to do things and to adapt to their condition. So what will happen, in fact, it's not a catastrophe. It's just a succession of adaptation. And some people will adapt with very little resources, and some other people will adapt with a lot of resources. But as long as we don't change the way we see, we see the world, as long as we live in a productivist civilization, I think it's almost it's almost a lie to ask the question of global warming and all of that. We should not do that. We are just lying to ourselves by asking this question. We should just maybe try to adapt on a very local scale, but nothing else than that. The grand scenario that will help saving the world is not going to happen. The construction industry, with constantly doing greenwashing, is not going to save the world. The interest of the construction industry is to make sure that the stocks are really high, and to make sure that the stocks are really high, they just have to sell more and more products. It's as simple as that. And mechanically, as long as you sell more and more product, even if you reduce the consumption, the energy which is necessary, for example, to produce 1 ton of cement or 1 ton of steel or whatever, we are still going into the wrong direction. So I believe, it's obviously a general comment, but I think the students should pay much more attention to the ideological contradiction, which is at the very heart, at the very core of their own discourse. Otherwise, we won't make progress. The only way we will make progress is really by debunking all the ideology and all of the contradiction which are really embedded in what we are doing. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
I also want to just respond to this and a little bit to CEO's concern. And I think the question about who funded it was not meant to discourage students or meant to disvalue the project itself. I'm by all means really support the idea of non-human occupied architecture. And I think that's definitely something we have to look into in the future. And I just think or suggest these kind of projects can also really think about who to approach to kind of create either revenue or funding method. So it's because at the end of the day, somebody has to fund it to build it. Yeah, it is human made project, and we cannot just propose something that is like really super helpful for any humanity and all the earth, but it's not really going to happen because of not being able to convince certain body of people that can really fund it. So I think there was some kind of suggestion to kind of think about the solution. So it's not really meant to discourage anything here. Yeah, it's a suggestion to, like, let's discuss it and think about how to make this more into something that we can continue the students when they graduate and go out there and really build this thing.
I also just want to say, I mean, I'm not going to defend myself here at all, but if you read my last intro to the AD we did on impact, that was the entire thesis of the article, is that we've had enough of this internalized development for the discipline of architecture. It is time to open up the discourse to allow for architecture. I mean, this is architecture, you could argue, right? So to make an impact on society. So, and I think that that is firmly what I believe today. Having said that, there are always vehicles that can catalyze the process of manifesting such great theoretical ideas into practical solutions. And that is where I stand, quite honestly. That would be my position. So, Tom brought up kind of the whole metaverse condition, which is also powered by, all this technology, and technology is powered by resources, and resources are powered by, all of the kind of the notion of moving materials around. So there is a vehicle that may catalyze the ability for a project such as this to develop in the world, right? Whether it's the movement of material or logistics or data centers or whatever it may be, there is another vehicle that can sustain the way that something like this could happen. So, for example, if you go out into the American desert, you will find Google centers, and you all know this, it's nothing that's new. But what's interesting about those data centers in the middle of the desert are that they camouflage them with green fields, right? So you have no idea that they're actually depleting resources and not making resources. And so there's this kind of play which could benefit a project such as this, taking it from a really, within the academic context, this is a fantastic exploration into a particular way of thinking about impacting the world. I think it's fantastic. In its realization, I think we should assist these students to think through how they could potentially make these ideas sort of transformable, right, in society. And I think that that was the weakest part of my education, right? I had great ideas, but it took me at least 10 to 15 years to manifest them into anything. And it takes time. It takes a lot of thought and figuring out what that might be. And in the same way, I just think we're here, we're having a terrific discussion. It is also something we can perhaps shorten that cycle of pain that happens when you have brilliant ideas and making them manifest in society. Now, that's a whole nother range, right, of potential that can be raised. That's all I'm trying to say. So I completely support the work. It's just now let's think about, what's the next step here, right? How do we how can we get this thing done? Anyway, that's all I'd like to say.
But I think the conversation gives a lot for people to think about, and also to try to situate their own responses relative to all of that. So I think the points that Sumin and Ali closed the conversation, I think, are really the next steps for the students, for sure, to understand their position relative to things and what opportunities are there. So that's all I was trying to say in terms of trying to kind of open up with the experience that we all have, trying to make kind of ideas to be a creative force in the world, regardless of the agenda, takes a lot of struggle and friction. And I think that experience, is something that I think they benefit a lot from listening to the conversation. So I'll leave it there. We'll have a quick swap of with the last conversation around one of Sajid's students, groups with Ariana, and we'll continue afterwards with Winka's keynote. All right, thanks so much, guys. We'll make a quick changeover.
Hello, everyone. We are Timo from Sajid's studio. We have Hao, Ling, Yutong, and me, Ziyu. The remote working pattern has been a great impact on working space. It sparked a rethink of office design. We're proposing a new style of headquarters that uses decentralization and participatory system embedded in an online game platform to bring citizens and employees into the building conversation to express immediate and precise choices of themselves. As for the architecture appearance, the flexible curved folding provides more opportunities for the office design. Our project is a participatory design aiming at giant companies, curved crease folding as architecture form, and games as a way of participation to achieve a win-win situation for companies, citizens, and employees. From 2020 to 2022, the concept of the office is being dramatically reimagined. As the pandemic forced remote working, people are experiencing the convenience of this new work style. Also struggling the vague boundaries between work and life, it is our opportunity to remodel the office space. Talking about offices, these giant companies are too important to ignore, especially these giant internet companies, which are desperate to place their employees by a comfortable working environment. They are becoming the new anchor point in the urban development. Google has built more than 100 headquarters around the world. Googleplex, built in 2008, is one of the most successful ones. Googleplex provides all kinds of functions their employees need, even including gardens, medical care, and food supplies. Google values their employees' working environment. Googleplex locates 100 kilometers away from the city center. At that time, they didn't want to deal with the citizens. In 2022, San Jose approved Google's gigantic and controversial new downtown campus. They began to see citizens as opportunities, not just problems. However, from 2009, Google welcomed the neighbor and set up the committee. It cost them 12 years to reach a consensus. After a long-time negotiation, Google promises jobs, open spaces, and other things to get the agreement of the system. These are valuable contributions for the urban development. For the large company headquarters like Google, citizens are a crucial part in the building process. Google wants to please their employees. Citizens are an important part in the urban transformation. Right now, they are accepting the results or causing too much time. The power of these people could bring a new style of headquarters. So we open up Google into pieces and bring more people to this conversation to dilute the contradiction. Citizens and employees, their lack of communication. So we set up this online platform to collect both citizens and employees' opinions to help us build the new headquarters. Once people log in as citizens, they will enter this information center. In this center, they can submit what kind of business they want to collaborate with Google and which site they prefer. For each of the functions, from apartment to entertainment and daily life, we made a corresponding NPC to collect citizens' opinions. Of course, they can choose I don't want Google here option so that all kinds of information will be considered, and all of their opinions will come into an information cluster attached with each site. The site with enough negative opinions will be removed from available sites. As employees, they will enter the man mode, which continuously showing possible sites that contains all the information collected from the citizen center. They can check on each of the sites to see what kind of functions, their service quality, and locations. Once employees confirm the site, and they will enter the building mode to set up their offices. For the citizens, the Man mode provides a voting system, which helps them to decide how open the Google is near them. Less voxels the citizens get to choose means more discount on the rent. If none of the proposal provided by Google satisfies citizens, they can vote for deleting Google here. After employees and citizens voting for the preset in each site, they can enter the building mode and start to build up the headquarters. The building mode is divided into 3 stages. In stage 1, people can build up the overall function cluster and structure of the building, which relies on 2 systems. One is the module system, contains all kinds of voxel designs provided by architects, which are rich in spaces, like the double height spaces and the circulations, and have the ability to change dynamically with the user selections. Another one is the recommender system. For a complex headquarters, employees are aware of their own requirements, but they don't have the knowledge to achieve that. So we use machine learning to connect their requirements and the selections. Each selected location will give the user an overall recommendation, and based on the user preference system. These will be explained in details later. For employees, this building mode is to build up the offices. For citizens, they can build up their voxels within the area that they vote for. For these voxels, they can choose to set up their business like cafe, or they can choose to set up some open spaces like landscapes. When the construction begins, the game enters stage 2, in which users don't have access to the whole voxel, but they can change the interior layout in details, like changing the materials or setting up some new furniture and so on. Every 10 years, this headquarters will enter the demolition stage, in which users can demolish up to max 5% of all the voxels and set up new contents to the building. Across this whole building process, the community of architects, they can design and upload their complete voxels to the cloud and open to users' comments. They will benefit from the user's chosen voxels, and this whole cloud will be used across the headquarters along the Thames River. In short, we set up this online platform to bring employees and citizens to the design process, let them fully communicate and help building or using the headquarters from beginning to the end. The popularity of this giant headquarters is because it creates an efficient working environment. It also helps to build up the company value. The scattered pieces of the headquarters seem to lose this efficiency. However, the game environment that we set up creates a virtual world that connects all the scattered pieces and provides a more efficient work style, even they are physically separated. All the functions, from small offices to conference rooms to product experience and display space, employees can easily transfer to any functional space in any set, even they are all separated in real world. For the people who are not physically at the headquarters, the game provides a cyber office mode in which employees can create a fully virtual meeting room and set up their conference layout as they wish. For a daily working scenario, employees can upload their product and discuss the problems they are facing directly to the model. They can also set up a screen in front of them and make sketches on this shared board. All these scenarios are impossible in physical world, but can happen under a game environment. For a daily social scenario, citizens can check what stores showing to them, like new arrivals in this cafe. They can also leave their comments to the owner so that she can adjust her business accordingly. For the giant headquarters, we are proposing a new style that are scattered into pieces to bring more people to the building conversation, releasing community energy of London citizens, Google employees, and architects, also providing new working and social scenarios with cyber-physical game environment.
As we just said, the campus headquarters is huge and complex, which is hardly adapted to the city center. So we are committed to scatter headquarters into the city. For composition of decentralization, we use the metaverse technology to enable collaborative work. Also, decentralized headquarters will be more accessible for employees. The 10 sites have their various contexts, resulting in sites with different features. And different working scenarios require different sites. So this is our decentralized headquarters, and it's a balance between headquarters and urban. And the next step is participatory design. Firstly, we collect set information at urban scale in order to give users better design advice. In the game, people in the two universities submitted their intention to cooperate with Google. Google's R&D department particularly values the cooperation with the two universities, so they have chosen this site for their research and development departments. Narrowing the scale, we further analyze the surrounding area of the site. It includes functions, landscapes around the site, and traffic. We have identified two major streams of people. The one is a main stream from traffic station, and the other is a stream of students we are targeting at in the universities. And therefore, we got main entrance to the site and the main building orientation. Narrowing the scale, we are focusing on building. According to this analysis, architects involved the game and designed the site and the grade. We lifted the whole building and make the ground floor available to citizens. The architects determine the main entrance, and it includes staircase, square lobby, and the core. And next, users get involved and engage in participatory design with recommender system. And this is a choice of several players. And the citizens place participatory public space within agreed areas. After users' part, the architects involved again, linking the space chosen by players and refining the circulation of the building. With the space, facade, and furniture done, we got the participatory design headquarters. That's a kind of balance between professionally generated content and user-generated content. And this is the headquarters designed for R&D departments. And this is another one. The site has visitors' resources on the bank of the Thames. The company prefers to have a department related to physical shopping at the site. With the features of the product display and the sales, the architects transformed the roof into an outdoor display area. And then we got 10 decentralized headquarters.
Next part is about gain iteration. And our iteration starts from the grid of cube. And matching square is one of the basic logic of our game. We split the cube into 16 kinds of alphabets, and by replacing the alphabet, we can easily make flowing spaces. And this is a demo of our previous game. Player can choose the function they want and put it at suitable location and to get a space for integration. In addition to the cube grid, we also test the pentagon grid. And no matter how the shapes change, we can use the same process and logic to generate space. The next iteration is skeleton. We made several versions to adapt to different conditions and environment, and we want content to have a natural change that gradually gets thinner from the bottom to the top. Besides the 2D version, we also try some exploration of the vertical direction, and this is our 3D version of the matching cube. The provided skeleton has some problems, so in the next version, we optimize the structure. We use an addition structure to fix the overhanging problem and raise up the ground floor so it can be open to the public. Next iteration is about double height space. There are two ways to create double height space. The first is actively integrate space, and the other is using non-select space to form the content. Regarding traffic, there are also two ways to generate it. One is that players pick a corresponding alphabet with traffic, and the other is that architects actively add some interesting traffic components in the design optimization process after the game. The next step is about the infinity iteration of the alphabet. We wish there could be a variety of activity happening in our building, so we create a different kind of interior module to enrich the working experiment. And this is our advanced alphabet of origami. We can see that for each unity, we have given some information, such as function, price, area, and all of these are part of our AI system. By now, we already made many rounds of gain iteration and how to use the user's preference to get a satisfied building. It was a recommended system doing. One of the first important things to do for recommender system is to collect information about the user. There are three methods of gathering information. The first is survey system. Through the conversation between players and the NPC, we can learn some general tendency of the player. The second method is game system, where we can learn about players based on users' behavior when playing the game. And the last one is mobile system. Our mobile software looks like an architectural version of Amazon or YouTube. Each image is labeled and featured accordingly. User can click to view details, and AI will record changes in user preferences over time. Because user preferences are not always constant, different behaviors of the user, like browsing, and clicking, and subscribing, will generate different weight for the corresponding feature. The initial data we got can be calculated to obtain confidence interval. If the actual frequencies lies outside the interval, it can be assumed that with certain confidence, the user has not made a random choice, but that there is a strategy involved in user selection. For example, this user is 56% interested in the cost of architecture. So using the same way, we can get all the users' preference vector. One thing different from our system and the general recommendation system is that our game is dynamic. Architectural factors such as environment, traffic, and function of surrounding space are constantly changing, which means the choices of other players can affect your benefit. So this is a gaming process between different players, and the recommender system is to help achieve a win-win situation. So for a target player, the question is how to make a choice that maximizes his or her benefit after several rounds. Our algorithm combines the minimax algorithm and the Monte Carlo train search. For each layer, we maximize the benefit of the corresponding user, and we use Monte Carlo train search to find the path that maximize the benefit of target user. And with the access of AI, user can easily achieve special tendency in architectural design. In our game, our recommender system is predicted and presented in the form of charts and numbers, and by comparing this information of the charts and in different positions, players can determine the trends of each point and make a better choice. This is the overall logic of the whole participatory system. User provide data and tendency, architects iterate and optimize the game, and eventually we achieve a win-win participate headquarters for company, employees, and the citizens.
And we are using curved craze origami as our morphology research method. It includes simple craze folding, curved craze folding, corrugation folding, circular craze origami, and we did some research on curvature of the craze, joint load, and the linking method, linking direction, and also subdivision, and also some digital experiments. We tried several materials to fold, and also some cutting methods. And also some folding method. And as we know, folding is very difficult in building scale. So we created a folding method called self-folding. And after soaking in the water, wood panels will shrink, and we made the composition panels to control the bending direction. And finally, it will fold them automatically. And this is our morphology-like logic, curved craze origami.
Well, after those origami experiments, we used some different curve folding method to develop special alphabets. Curved craze origami is a method of manufacture, and it has a unique aesthetic like fluid curvature surface and sharp edges. This chair comes from flat sheet material, and it can be folded to a three-dimensional geometry, and it can be also unfolded. It is one of the benefits of origami, so it's convenient to transport as flat sheet. Circular craze origami can generate curvature surface naturally after folding it. We think the kinematic stick movement can influence our spatial experience. We have also found a design workflow using the principle of reflection. Once we have determined the section line of the paper and the reflection plane, we can obtain this shape. This is our reflection skeleton physical model. We use this skeleton form to generate a set of marching square algorithm alphabets. This is one combination result. The skeleton alphabets have 3 different parts. The bottom is umbrella-shaped column. The middle and the top are skeleton. The umbrella structure has 2 different heights, and we use the higher structure to form the building entrance. The middle skeleton is thinning from bottom to top. This is our circular crazy origami physical model. The curvature of the patterns and the position of the center point will have an impact on the final shape. From circular crazy origami, we got these special assets. This site of alphabets is a link between layers and becomes spatial connection. This is another curved crazy origami model. It can change the flat sheet to create 3-dimensional spatial experience. We use them to create half-floor space. This is curved crazy origami shell. They can merge and generate large space. This alphabet match the shape of skeleton on the ground floor and allow marching square algorithm. This is another curved crazy origami spiral model. We use this rotating shape as a ramp to connect different layers. They go through the whole building and form circulation. Here are our kinematic alphabet tiles. We use kinematic stick to create spatial facade. The facade can also coordinate with interior like ceilings and wall. Our furniture can also allow marching cube algorithm as well. Large opening office can provide individual working area and group work on the half floor. This is all our internal modulars. We create a different kinds of productivity office space, meeting space to allow employees in different departments can combine various functional modulars according to their needs, and also provide social space for citizens to choose for their business or relaxation areas. The hybrid office mode allows employees in different The hybrid office mode allows employees in different areas to work together. They can all participate in discussion. In the private office cell, employees can invite others from different places to discuss with their work together. Large meeting hall can allow people in different areas of the city to attend the meeting. And the people who work remotely can also mark on the whiteboard to discuss with people in reality. The double-height public space contains reception and a cafe, and side display shelves on the ground floor facing the public and let them to experience Google products. Shop owner can also place other functions on the ground floor to provide Google staff and citizen service. Google create a large green opening plaza for citizens to browse, walk, and engage with each other and enjoy the London view. The language of landscape design also used on the terrace. Each roof placed with large garden. This site faces the Thames River, so citizens can walk along the ramps to the terrace and overlook it. Anyway, last, we would like to thank all the DRL families for this incredible journey, especially our tutor Shajay Bhushan, and also Sil and Patrick. A special thanks to all the Phase 1 helpers. Thank you so much, and thank you for your attention. Well, I would like to share the video. But the final is a video. I want to. Okay, this is the summary of our presentation.
Perhaps I can start with a question that I have seen. That this is, I think, a very big story that goes all the way from a hypothesis on the correlation of big centers of employment and urban agglomerations, questions of communication centrality, all the way to participatory design, AI, user-system interaction, etc. And I think for me the key question, or one of the core questions I have when looking at this, how much of this is a narrative and how much of this is actually a working system. For example, your iterative configurator, is this something that is a connected mockup, or are you describing a kind of prototypical process here? I mean, how much of what we are seeing is a mockup?
Sorry, let me be clear. I'm asking if all of our parts in our proposal works, right? Is that the question?
Yeah, for example,
okay. So here's the thing. I think your focus is on the AI system. Well, my guess is for the AI system, it's very difficult to implement that in the real game, right? So but the thing is real. We code that from the beginning, and we made that in Grasshopper. But yeah, the game is not like fully completed. Even we present as a completed game. But yeah, some part. But I want to mention the marching square part is a real thing in the game. But the AI part, yeah, it's somewhere else. Yeah, I have to say.
Can you just briefly explain? I mean, by the way, fantastic project. Congratulations. I mean, it's quite sophisticated. It has a lot of depth. My question, following up from what Niels was saying, is what is the role? I didn't quite catch what the AI algorithm does. Let's say in the game of various participants with various perhaps success criteria. What role does the AI play? Does it play all of the players with idealized trade-off matrices, or does it are you mixing an AI agent with other participants playing? I mean, that wasn't clear to me what the AI is doing. Is it part of the participation game, or is it simulating the whole participation game?
Yeah, I think I want to answer this question from the beginning, why we choose to implement the AI system. So when we first started the project, we want to iterate our designs, right? And we put the voxels. But the four of us, when we try the first and second moves, it's very difficult to place the voxels, even for us. So other than the non-professional architectural background users. So that's why we want to show them how the requirements is shown on the screen, that it will give you an overall recommendation. And as for how much it integrates with our design, I would say it from the most of part from the building mode, and the user preference is with one of them. It will collect from your actions, and it will locate your preference vectors, and combined with the user preferences and the locations, the game will give you an overall recommendation. Yeah, mostly in the building mode.
Yeah, I think everybody can have a personal preference. So if overall playing the game, it's gonna be something we like the architecture. So it gonna not figure out the problem between citizens and employees and companies. So to figure out these questions, we need to make the preference to data to vector, and use data to get the what citizens, what the users would like. Some building will satisfy them, and this will figure out the question between Google and the citizens.
If I can quickly maybe provide some color here. As far as I understand, like the AI is a recommender system. It's a kind of personal assistant type of that keeps track of your personality or your previous choices, and then offers like a recommendation of like what your next move could be like, and so it's something similar to what like Cesar Hidalgo and others have been kind of positing, like that, like you could have a personal assistant, like to augment your human capacity. Yeah. And it's not fully implemented, but like there are parts that are functioning and implemented in Grasshopper, but it's not like really piped into the Unreal game.
I mean, the question here is whether this is just an assistant extrapolating from your previous choices, or it's actually an empowerment if the game is complex to play and the user would only input choices, and then the computation is actually delivering something which he couldn't have come up with himself. But then maybe the final choice is intuitive confirmation of that. Because well, that could be another way to do it. I don't know. That's the way you seem to be describing it. It's too difficult to make a choice which tracks various criteria and preferences, and that's where the system comes in, and then maybe you believe it and choose, or you override that. I mean, I find it sophisticated. I find it interesting, just a new dimension, which I hadn't seen before in that participation game, and I think that is correct. Particularly if the choices are difficult choices, which you wouldn't be able to intuitively solve in an optimal way. Then we just, otherwise we're just choosing intuitively, and it might not track the criteria. So I find that quite an interesting.
Yeah, I think that would be the next kind of logical progression of this. Like right now, as far as I understand, it's a bit like autocorrect, right? Like that, it can make, like, it's a statistical preference modeler. Like it's not like fully.
Okay.
So you can then do more sophisticated AI building on these basic building blocks. Yeah.
I mean, that's something else I wanted to suggest also from the previous. When you talk about users and playing, you're always assuming individuals. I don't think that's realistic in this context. For instance, citizens might be community groups, representatives within Google. It wouldn't be individual employees. Well, for all, maybe they have a certain role, but you would have various departments in the education system. You would have somebody representing the robotics workshop, the library, or various studios. I just want to. It's just a very general. Don't think of game players always as individuals, as individual interests, but they might be representatives of certain collective interests.
Yeah, it would probably be representatives negotiating priorities of different stakeholder groups. I mean, that makes sense. I think that's also where recommendation algorithms make a lot of sense, because if you look at this kind of spatial combination matrix, you have a very, very large number of choices, and I think these recommendation algorithms can really help to steer an iterative process to get to meaningful results quicker. I mean, ultimately, players can spend a lot of time in comparing options and in iterating over their preferences, but also, well, sourcing the wisdom of similar groups through algorithms might be a very kind of effective way to come to meaningful configurations quicker, particularly when you want to widen the scope of participants and include kind of non-expert audiences. So they bring in a domain-specific knowledge when it comes to their specific department, which is kind of relevant to their spatial brief, really, but they're not necessarily experts in combining spaces. So I think that's where this can have a really relevant impact to also developing better briefs for buildings, because I mean, even as experts, designers, architects are always challenged with the quality or by the quality of the brief, and quite often depend on organizations bringing the right parameters to the table, so to say, for their description of the problem. And I think that's where these models can have a quite meaningful impact on the way we define the problem for buildings.
By the way, one of your references should have been Ali's work. I feel there's a lot of synergy there.
Can I come in on this, Patrick?
Yeah.
I'd like to congratulate the students. I think great studio, Shajay. really advanced thinking about the future of gameplay and how we kind of access the metaverse. I just wanted to ask a question. Are you automatically parsing the data intent and tasks for users, interactions using any particular tools? And you build task-specific channels which enable, I guess, users to activate their own worlds, to create their own geometries and kind of set up their own vocabulary for the space? Or is this a preset geometry that you are intending people to use? Patrick mentioned it's very Ali-esque type of geometry. I noticed that as well. Maybe I think what's interesting about that comment is that, it creates an architectural ledger of specifications that one can actually consume, create their own meta world, if you like, from a library or a catalog of architectural language. So how much freedom does that project have? I mean, obviously Google enables you to search, and I guess this possibility here to incorporate natural language to make human to machine conversations and form finding, human to human, is it kind of enable you to engage in a kind of more open way, or is this a preset closed environment?
Actually, we have a cloud that's provided by the architects, but we mean architects, but it's not like you don't need a license for that. You can create all things you want and upload that, and all the voxels, all the designs will be tested by the users. They like it more, and it will show more. And if it was chosen more, you will be benefit from it. It's architects cloud we mentioned. Yeah, of course, all of the people can upload their designs.
I think one of the interesting things is or the success of the project somehow to me is in its simple assumptions. There's statistical just categorization, and whichever is chosen more, it gets a bigger weight, and so it's a robust, simple system that can grow and becomes refined as more users use it. And I think it's also trying to think of the relationship between professionally generated content and user generated mashups or extensions and modifications and mutations and so on. And I think so it's kind of thinking of for 3D assets, something that's already happening in Instagram and TikTok for images and videos. So all these filters and so on are actually created by looking at professionals who have previously spent 10 years trying to come up with a style and so on, and then now there are presets, and then just within a few months their presets are then used by regular users or pro users and create their own new styles and so on. So I think there is that aspect of the project that I also appreciate a lot, that it extends the thinking of the studio for sure, both on the recommender system and then also in this idea of specifying the voxel interface and the rules, and anybody else can update the assets, and so I think, it's not refined yet, and this is version 1, but I think just those thoughts and definitely help push the thinking of the studio quite far, and for that I commend you for sure, and I also thank you for pushing the boundaries of thinking, or at least adding a new layer to the way we've been thinking about participatory design.
I think Shajai, one of the things that I noticed in the project is that adapting game content and design to the user behaviors and responses, have been gained, I guess, in recent years over looking at certain projects that exist at the moment, such as Decentraland. And if I think the difficulty of adjustments of increasing engagement and how do you get user retention, what are the methodologies that you're developing to develop that strategy where there's particular activation of systems that create better engagement, specifically gameplay, and how do you get these data analytics to engage back into the project? That would be a very interesting, I guess, next stage. Thanks.
I want to comment about something which I did like a lot has a lot of potential for me because of the simplicity is that what we call marching square game or pattern, and you had these black and white graphics. I think they come in the end only as floor plates inside an otherwise instantiated structural grid. I mean, it reminds me strongly of this pattern play, which was called modulo, which I find very striking. What is interesting about it, you get these continuous curved amoeba forms. They have a hidden underlying grid potentially, and I think this could also have been used for more of the massing condition as well, rather than just for internal floor plates. Because in the end, you have what strikes me is that the overall building form remains a gridded skeleton, remains a dominant massing. So there's very little revelation about, the way various parts are differentiated out, connected, composed. So the project lacks kind of exterior legibility. And if you had forgone if you use the grid not as a structural grid, but only as a notional game-playing grid, and then had made the massing based on the marching square, or what I call modulo game, you probably would have gotten a slightly different results. Maybe it would have been slightly different scale, because I think the way I understand it shows up as slap punch outs and so on in your project. But it was difficult to track. But it's one of the strong let's say, formal mechanism you discovered. And I've been on my mind a number of times. We actually generated a furniture project based on this. I'm thinking about reusing it in urban formations. But that would have been a comment and a missed opportunity. And I think the other thing I really did like is the curved origami, that you have these interior modules. And so they seem to play very independently from the space modules. That's a question. And somehow, I don't know, in the renderings, the pleated formations didn't come out as beautifully as one would have wished, because I think what's nice about these pleated formations, first of all, of course, the beautiful origami game of flat surfaces curling into three-dimensional forms, and that could have been in there. I would avoid reinforcing the lines with light. I would rather have light play against the pleats in terms of a soft, in terms of light and shadow and curvature picking up soft light transformations. I think there's also a slight lost opportunity, but I do love, what you've done with that Calatrava garage door, and the facade is very, very elegant. And the kinetics of that is beautiful. So I have a vision of the project which picks up from there. There's a certain beautiful and lightness which speaks to what you're trying to do, and pleating and these origami, also these kinetic foldings and striping. There's a lot of potential also if you apply graphics to this and different observer perspectives. There's a lot of fertility there. So I think it's very suggestive, and comes home in some of the vistas and elements, and doesn't come home in fully in the final gestalt of the project sufficiently.
Patrick, just to add to that, I think the project itself provides valuable insight into potential players' interactions with the game, and if this could be a game. And you can kind of use designers' balance of the game to maybe algorithmically to adjust the formal and geometrical characteristics of the form, but that way maybe you can get better engagement with the form, specifically if you use these data analytics to provide ways to adapt content and evolve that content in kind of pay-for-play activity, for example. And the mechanics of the games could actually become another portal and adaptable possibility to grow this and engage users in a different way, particularly like the origami as a kind of a scalable model. Does it make any difference if you're using a particular scale of origami as opposed to another scale of origami? Does this mean you've attained a particular level of behavior or response that gives you another credible level, like a gameplay, which means you increase the game involvement or the evolution? So the skill level performance could be something that could be embedded as part of this project as well, which, look, I really like this very well. I think it's very advanced, and congratulations to the group. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe just to pick up on some of the points that Patrick brought to the table. I mean, I think the project is quite elegantly resolved. I think the decision to kind of deal with the plane of reference as really being a slab project versus a wall project, I think kind of opens up, I think, use case scenarios that are much more flexible, and one can somehow follow that line of thinking. I think the suggestion that Patrick was saying, because at some moment in time, I thought this kind of continuous wall, almost like Aldo Van Eyck, Hayduck figure kind of strategies of wall strategies, would create, I think, some kind of interesting tension when you start to deal with floor to floor with different kind of dimensions of height. It almost has this kind of almost generator strategy that you would see in a car park in terms of also thinking about maybe more dynamic ways of resolving floor-to-floor relationships, which at the moment is not what's being privileged in the project. But I think if you play the game logic out in a much more expansive field where this becomes really a larger map building strategy, I think the introduction doesn't have to be either or, but actually really about trying to highlight, you know, parts of this kind of tiling logic that would afford maybe more cellular or more kind of walled strategy spatially versus the kind of open plan. And I think the wall strategies actually are more aligned with maybe some of the opportunities with the origami, meaning that the bounding volume of some of the constraints of the curving could be aligned with the curvature of these kind of arc logics that you have in the wall. And I think that that could potentially start to think about multi-story spaces and see how that can be much more of an operator and spatial divider than actually at the moment being dominated as a kind of soffit inside of the kind of grid stacking strategy. But I think overall, I think that there's a lot of interest in the project. My feeling about the AI and the gameplay, I know the conversation always usually speaks about individual gameplay, but if we play out the conversation of 100 people playing the game together, I think that real-time, time dependency, multiplayer kind of negotiation, I think is where I think some of the more probabilistic and speculative trajectories go. Because otherwise, this kind of digital assistant makes me kind of think of like early days of Microsoft Word, where we had the little paperclip guy on the side who was trying to kind of tell me like what I was thinking. And it became very frustrating, and I just wanted to turn it off and just do my job. And so I think the issue with that is more an issue about how do we negotiate complexity. Because I think the companies that you're talking about, the kinds of scenarios are really about also sometimes very different competing interests. And so if AI is working, it's less to monitor me, but it's, I think, more to negotiate kind of more strategic and operational kinds of strategies to kind of see how our multiple interactions, in some sense, can kind of privilege something that's beyond our individual choices. So I only put that on the table because I think that there are some aspects that are potential. I think the tiling strategy of the marching cube, I think, lends itself to it. But I agree, it's a 4D matrix, and I think that that part has to be somehow expressed more, because the building, though it's very well designed and resolved, it's still extremely minimal, and it leaves a lot to the imagination about how that space will be charged with activities. Like furniture is obviously one part, but I just think it leaves too much to the imagination of the messiness of life while you're trying to express the kind of elegance of minimal form. So I think that there are certain things that you can look at. So some elements can be much more hyper-designed. And I think you should look at Ali's work because there are moments which, the attention to detail is total design, but it also creates a very different kind of environmental conditioning of space. And maybe there are other areas which are, let's say, much more open and generic and left to, let's say, design sensibilities that are different. But I think they have to be structured. There's too many people doing the AI thing that says, like, there's objects in the world, you could just pick up stuff, everything is designed, no need to design anything. And I don't think that you want to fall into that category where people can just pick up 3D things and throw it in there. You can try, but I think you won't in this kind of project see that having a meaningful thing. It will start to create, I think, something which at the end will be a mashup, which at the end of the day has its novelty for a second and then you get really tired. But your architecture will have to basically bear the responsibilities of those actions. So you want to use the game as a tool for people to really learn how to play. And through that, I think, use that as a driver to make much more informed decision-making without the burden of every decision having to somehow have such a influencing impact. I think that will allow for much more generative and, in a bigger sense, participatory ways of thinking about design in that sense. I think the project is quite well resolved from that side. I think Nasia was saying that she was leaving, but I only saw a partial message pop up. I don't know, Ali, Philippe, if you have anything you guys want to add to it?
No, I think more or less everything has been said. I also believe this project is quite complete and elegant. As was said, it's, it could be seen as a slab project, but it's not just a slab project. It's quite integral, and I like it, I have to say. I find it quite nice, elegant. And yeah, everything has been said. I don't have much to add.
I agree. The discussion's been great. I really like the precision and the techniques, how they're thinking through the project. I'm really, I'm fascinated by sort of Roblox and the whole nature of sort of this metaverse and the gaming and how it sort of just develops, a life of its own. And the ease of which one can begin to create these environments is fascinating. This is the Web 3.0, and let's go. And I'm glad you guys are exploring it. It's a perfect venue for that. I just want to kind of throw out, a similar comment I was saying about Theo's project. I just want to say that this is really great because the community is involved, etc. But I also feel that it is Google, right? So it's a different beast. But I think as Google does, they're going to begin to try and monetize it in every way possible through NFTs and other sort of structures. So it'd just be interesting to expand that. But I think that's just going to take time, and it's going to just develop its own way forward. But it will kind of end up in a different culture of not only inhabitation, but also art. So I have a feeling that the sort of the residual nature of that would be very beneficial for all these gaming strategies that are out there. Roblox, you can actually program your own game. I'm sure you guys have probably done that before you create your own. And it's a fascinating platform. And kids are making so much money just by coding their own game that gets so popular and develops their own communities. And the way that the metaverse is emerging is that you'll be able to take value from one game into another game, right? And it'll begin to proliferate into kind of this new metaverse, which is out there. And I think it's fascinating to think it through. I really enjoyed the presentation. My own gaming kind of knowledge is limited, but I do find it very provocative with this whole 3.0 around the corner or in process.
One of the things that, like, your point brings up is, what's quite interesting and novel is they're proposing decentralization to a company like Google, which is all about centralized management and centralized hardware and so on. And not only that, but they're trying to at least provocatively propose that what is taking Google 10 years of getting user permissions and managing all these complex stakeholder negotiations, perhaps technology and decentralization approach could maybe get them there sooner. At least provocatively, that's what they're kind of trying to suggest here. Which I quite find at least as a nuance quite interesting. For all Silicon Valley type of companies that so far have been away from San Francisco and away from the main city, when they have to now begin to engage with the city, particularly in European context, maybe this is an interesting counter model.
Yeah, that's interesting because they said that pretty much big companies run the internet, right? But they're saying that version 3.0 is going to be run by VC, right? Venture capitalists. It's kind of super monetized. For example, Near, right? This one. 3.0 brand just got $200 million of funding from private investors. So all these companies are getting this huge amount of financing, and venture capitalists are making all the money. So it is interesting that it's moving towards decentralization, but as soon as it's dependent on this sort of money, then the question is who's going to benefit from it, and then the benefits currently seen as going to a very select group of individuals who have a lot of capital. So that is interesting and I really like your comment, Shajay. It would be fantastic to kind of think that through at a level where how to kind of decentralize that model, right? The VC, the venture capitalist model.
It's not. The venture capitalist is only an element, a small element in this web point, the 3.0. So tomorrow that you will be satisfied, we're going to have a project. Well, it's one of Shajay's projects with NFTs, but also with the creators economy and a much more distributed, decentralized ownership model and financing model, where you don't actually need. Particularly if you go, through things like ICOs, IDOs, and fractionalizing assets, tokenization, etc., you get into a very different world, which is much more distributed, much heavier participation potential for small incomes.
That sounds fascinating, actually.
But yeah, that's the gist of Web 3.0.
But the whole commentary is that it is. Unfortunately, that's the intention, but it is being ruled and commanded by things like Near and Animoca Brands and all of these companies that are completely VC generated. Then they're going to go public. Then they're going to be massive, billions and billions of dollars worth. And so that's the point. It's like who's putting in the capital currently to develop all of this.
A lot of companies do ICOs from the ground up, crowdsourced.
Yeah, like I said, that's fascinating. Fantastic. Yeah, exactly.
Ali, I'm listening to what you're saying, and I think that I agree with you. And, Patrick, I agree with, what's been going on here. It's quite fantastic. If you look at this project as I would hate to say, but it's kind of, if you call it a commerce bridge between virtual and real worlds. And, we're now experiencing new frontiers in self-expression or spatial development in digital culture, in this decentralized commerce. But this rich and vibrant space of experimentation and exploration by students provides a unique ability to connect and bridge the virtual and the physical in a very unprecedented way. Just to quickly touch on the fact that, as you may know, we just finished the Venice Biennale, which was virtual in Venice recently. And we had to make a decision to really, have a low-res version in Venice, because essentially, if you put up a high-res version, which we wanted to do, you couldn't, because the opening on an iPhone or any tablet would be too slow. And, how do you get retention of people who actually want to see their content? So we had to really lower the expectation to a very basic model that you could navigate through, because this technology wasn't yet ready to actually handle that scale. So if you then think about, what's the engagement? Well, we had like close to 1 million people a month in the virtual space, whereas the Venice Biennale in total had something like 300,000 visitors in a physical space. So if you think about then the question usually came to us was, what are you selling? Well, we're not selling anything. We're exhibiting culture. We're exhibiting our design, and essentially pointing back to, other assets, which means there was third-party assets, because you just can't host all the content in that space. So I guess for the students, and I guess anybody in this space, it's a big learning curve. I haven't met anybody yet in Web 3.0 in this metaverse who actually tells me to know everything about this. It's actually such a massive learning space that, we're just starting to embrace it. And I think it's such an exciting point that we're all thinking about this and, what do we do with this? And that's the magic question. I think when Facebook started, nobody knew what that was. It just evolved. So I think where we are now, this is going to have a life of its own. It's going to evolve. And I've seen some projects already. I know, Patrick, your projects, for example, that are being, it's kind of like, I would call them the coal face of what happened in Miami Design Basel recently. I mean, it's super exciting to see that. Super exciting to see what's happening now at DRL. And I'm super excited to be part of this discussion and see where this goes next. So congratulations.
Okay, I think we can leave it there for today, and thank everybody for their participation. And Ali, thank you for joining as well. It's great to see you, and the discussion, I think, is very meaningful to the students. So I think that there's a lot been said today. So I think there will be time to kind of look at the recordings, review some of the discussions, and they'll have an opportunity to synthesize that in their thesis documents, which I think is a very important part of making these conversations also manifest and made explicit. I think with that, for all the audience that's following, we have Winkle Dubbeldam, who's giving a keynote lecture for us, I think in about 15 minutes. It's on a different link for people that would like to have a look at that and to join us for that conversation. And tomorrow we'll kickstart off again for day 2. And so we invite everybody back to continue the conversation.
Congratulations to both the teams today. Fantastic work.
Okay, guys. Thanks, everybody.